options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Painting an accused cop killer as a sympathetic victim. It was all a big mistake. Those are the words, and that's the argument that a newly seated jury heard yesterday in Philadelphia as a family of a local law enforcement officer, Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, has to relive the brutal murder of a good guy. Somebody who signed up for and had sworn to protect and serve. A husband, a father, Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, and now a community, a family, his widow, his children pray for justice and swiftly, if possible. This is the trial underway for Miles Pfeffer, the 20-year-old accused of shooting and killing in what some have called an execution of Temple University police officer Chris Fitzgerald. He was then an officer, posthumously promoted to sergeant. This happened in North Philadelphia well over 2 years ago, February of 2023. And these opening statements taking place in Philadelphia as Pfeffer, who's now 20, he was 18 years old. You may recall the case. He was 18 at the time, a Bucks County teenager. And the opening statements included Pfeffer's defense team arguing that their client had just reacted out of fear during the incident. Now, prosecutors painting a different story, and I'll give my opinion about prosecutors and this whole thing. This trial should never be happening. This should have been a plea deal because obviously D.A. Krasner should have left the death penalty on the case, should have been tough with this, should have said, hey, kiddo, you face the death penalty. We have it here in Pennsylvania. Has not been used much, but you could be put to death. You could be executed. You better take the plea deal. And that would have spared this family the tragedy and the heartache and the stress. And not just the widow of Chris Fitzgerald, but as well his children, his parents. And I know that his father was outside of court speaking out yesterday. Let's listen in as a father, a grieving father. The grieving parents have to be here. And of course they want to be there. They want justice, and they want to see that justice is done. But they have to be here because our district attorney took that death penalty possibility off the table, and thus now you have a 18-year-old then, now a 20-year-old can roll the dice and hope to get some level of sympathy from a jury.
Words can't describe, the level of depravity that it takes to murder someone in such a way. Our son didn't deserve this.
Dr. Joel Fitzgerald speaking after the first day of testimony in the trial of the man accused of killing his son more than 2 years ago. 20-year-old Miles Pfeffer is facing first-degree murder charges for shooting and killing Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
He wanted to make his own name in his own way. He was just a fantastic individual, fantastic father.
Prosecutors telling the jury of 7 women and 5 men that the then teen deliberately shot the officer during a foot chase near Temple's campus. But his defense said the evidence will show Pfeffer did not commit first-degree murder and that he shot Fitzgerald out of fear. 31-year-old Fitzgerald was gunned down while on patrol near Temple's campus on the night of February 18, 2023. Authorities say the husband and father of 4 came into contact with Pfeffer and 2 others in an area known for carjackings, and that when they took off, Fitzgerald chased after Pfeffer and shouted at him to get on the ground. Court documents reveal once the chase reached 17th and West Montgomery Avenue, Pfeffer and Fitzgerald got into a tussle. Pfeffer's attorney telling the jury this was a scary moment for Miles. He was afraid before pulling out his handgun.
So, Dan, I'll ask you to just put that down for a moment. Let me just take you through this now. Just keep in mind that then Officer Fitzgerald, on this February night, there are 911 calls. You have a carjacking victim who will testify and had told police that Pfeffer said, quote, "I swear to God, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." This is a carjacking that occurred. And so Pfeffer ID'd as one of those involved in the carjacking. So now the 911 call happens, and it is Sergeant Fitzgerald who answers that call. I want to point out to you that in this one, Pfeffer allegedly, I have to say allegedly, pulls the handgun and shoots Sergeant Fitzgerald not once, not twice, but six times. And the Assistant District Attorney, Lauren Crump, telling jurors yesterday in court during these opening statements that at Pfeffer's trial, that the bullets struck Sergeant Fitzgerald in his head, in his shoulder, in his neck. And then the Assistant DA Crump described how several were fired then from point blank range, as then 18-year-old Pfeffer stood over the uniformed officer and continuing to pull the trigger once, twice, 3 times. So in other words, shooting from a bit of a distance several times and hitting the officer in his head, his shoulder, his neck. Now he's down on the ground, helpless, but still alive. And now bullets being pumped into his body, essentially executing him. So that is what jurors heard in the court. So I have no doubt that the jury hearing this from, and now they'll see video evidence, they'll hear witnesses, and in fact, what the prosecution is saying is that they even will call and have the testimony of the accused here, Pfeffer's own sibling, his own brother, has identified Pfeffer as the one on the scene pulling the trigger. And so if it's a slam dunk case, and this is where I'm going here, because we believe, by all accounts, this thing's going to be wrapped up. The jury could very well get this by Thursday of this week. So why? Why do you have to even have the trial? Why? Why not just allow the plea deal to take place? I'm just going to point out to you that DA Larry Krasner, even though he handily won the primary, there's a piece of me, a very cynical piece of me that is cynical and feels that, in part, they want the trial and the publicity to say, we got the conviction. We were strong in court. We got the murder conviction on this accused cop killer involving an 18-year-old from what they say is a well-to-do family from the Bucks County suburbs. And so it fits a narrative that fits something that perhaps the DA wants. I hate to be a cynic. I hate to go there, but I just see a narrative and it's over and over. Why not focus on the victim's family? And you heard Dr. Joel Fitzgerald at the end of his statement, as he's obviously a strong individual, and he's been live on our air here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But you heard in the end of his statement about his son, what a good father, what a good son, what a good man, and grieving over his son. And you hear his voice crack. I don't know how he composes himself, quite frankly. But it's just, and for those of us who've gotten to know Marissa Fitzgerald, and she's been here in our studios and we've supported her now for tragically 2 years. She joins a club, a rare but growing club of widows, of spouses, of murdered and slain officers, law enforcement officers, killed in the line of duty. And I think of Stephanie Mack, whose husband died needlessly on a street here this is a Pennsylvania state trooper struck by a drunk driver. It's too often, and the way it's treated and the way the victims and their families are disrespected is not acceptable to me. And so I just wanted to, remind you that on July 20th of this year, and we talk about it all the time with so many of you have joined in, families behind the badge, and of course our friend Mark O'Connor. And you think of Maureen Faulkner. I've known Maureen, and I'm sad to say, for years, because her husband was executed many decades ago here in Philadelphia. Maureen I remember her telling me the story, I don't know, it was maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, telling me the story. I was still in television, so it must have been more than 10 years ago, but she, or maybe it wasn't because I was reporting for the Jersey station. In any event, telling the story about, and this was Corbett when he was governor, and she thought it was best to not have to fly back and forth from California, where she remarried, had a daughter, but she felt it was the best thing to do to finally acquiesce and say, okay, if Mumia, if he would agree that he would just stay in jail, that they would then agree that he would do a plea deal on this. And of course, she then agreed to it because she wanted to move on with her life. And then, lo and behold, of course, what a shocker. Mumia, lied. I mean, who would have thunk it, Dan?
How many
a cop
years now?
killer lied?
Yeah.
And I get, it's just that's what I just wanted to bring forth in all of this with reporting this for, more than 20 years of my life. I just wanted to bring forth the big picture here. And that is, why isn't there a focus on the victims' family? The police officers in this case are the victims, but their families have become victims. And this is a real policy issue. And that's my point here.
I actually pulled. I was trying to. I could have sworn we had some audio of Marissa with you at some point, but I got some audio from the Dom show, and if you wouldn't mind playing it back, Dawn, it's where Marissa talks about the relationship that the family had and Christopher and the kids, and I don't know. Do you want to hear that, Dawn?
Sure. And we have also audio from when she's been in studio here in Kale and Company in the mornings, and that's the support level that across the board, when we start at 6 a.m. all the way through late night, Rich Cioli, Dom Giordano, Nick Cale, Greg Stocker, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly. Yeah. Jimmy Kelly and I earlier talking about Judy Cassidy and some of the events for families behind the badge and supporting widows like Judy, a widow because her husband, Chuck Cassidy, was gunned down as he was trying to de-escalate a gunman at a donut shop. But let's listen into a widow grieving, speaking out about her murdered husband, Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
We are a tight family unit, and Christopher adored and loved his children so much, and each one of them had their own special relationship with them. And when you wake up every day and you don't wake up to your dad either playing with you or singing with you or joking around with you or just having the house be filled with just laughter, it affects all of them in their own personal way. There are times where my youngest daughter cannot sleep. She has to sleep with me, and, I don't like sleeping in my room. And so it's been hard. My son, both of our sons are struggling. They get upset often, or they go and scroll through their old messages that, their dad used to send them, and listen to the voice messages. And they still text him to this day. I recently went through my son's phone, and he's constantly texting his dad, I wish you were here. I wish you would come back, Dad.
And that's Marissa Fitzgerald who speaks. And that's the hardest thing, not just your own pain, but seeing your children, the Fitzgerald children grieving. And so this family, and that's why families behind the badge, obviously, that's something, those dollars, this is a 501c3 nonprofit. So those dollars, if you donate, and you can always go to gregstockersucks.com. You can go to Families Behind the Badge as well, to that site with Mark O'Connor. But this is a 501c3 nonprofit, and all of those dollars go directly to all of these families, to their children, and to help support them. So, I had to get that off my chest, because as I look at the defense, and I'm glad, and Dan, and you and I know, in no way, obviously, I'm not trying to take away from a powerful assistant DA who I think did a fantastic job in the court. And that's why I mentioned her name. She's doing a great job. But overall, the policy and the lack of the focus on the victims' families, that's really what burns me up, and why I had to just talk about that this morning. And as well, a way that if you want to give back, and if you can't go on the bike ride coming up on July 20th, that's okay too. You can come out and support afterwards, or you can always just donate your time. You can volunteer, or you can just go on the site right now and you can donate dollars, because all of that matters. And just to show your support during the trial, I can't emphasize that enough as well. To support your, to give your support and show the family your love, your support, especially during what is certainly, by all accounts, an excruciating week.
A little bit more from Marissa, Dawn.
I wish he would come back, Dad. Or when we go and visit him at the cemetery, he'll text him, we're on our way, Dad. We're on our way to see you. And when you see something like that, I don't understand how nobody can get their heart broken and just feel like torn to pieces.
Yeah.
And so that's the widow, a young widow. She certainly should not be a widow at all. But you can go to fbbcf.org, and that's Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, fbbcf.org. And this is the 38th annual, bike ride. July 20th, it gets underway. And you can donate right now, right on the site. It's really easy to do. And support Marissa, support Judy Cassidy, support Maureen Faulkner. And they're there every single year. And unfortunately, like I say, these grieving widows and the children of these slain officers appreciate all your support, all your love. So we'll continue. If you want to give a tribute to these officers, give your support, your prayer, I ask you to do so. 855-839-1210. I'm Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. We have so much to update you on, and so much breaking news locally, statewide. Of course, all the Trump news, what's going on with the very latest. We'll be right back.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price. And there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Just one more thing. The FBBCF, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, they're proud to announce, they say, they've been selected. So they're asking you to vote on something, and it takes you 2 seconds. I just voted. They are one of 4 finalists for the Wawa Foundation Hero Award, and they stand a chance, a 1 out of 4 chance of winning $50,000. So if you can please go to the wawafoundation.org. First of all, if you just go to fbbcf.org, like I'd said, if you go to that site, it'll lead you to the Wawa Hero Award page. All you have to do is scroll down, vote on the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. They are very close to winning an additional $50,000 with the wawafoundation.org Hero Awards. Just wanted to give you that heads up. If you could please vote at the very least, maybe donate too. All right, let's move on. We just noticed a little bit of other news before we get to our interview around the corner, but a few things. I had updated you on what was going on with energy. I think it was Andre Beliveau at the time, Commonwealth Foundation, interviewing him and others about drill, baby drill, energy costs. We know here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, we pay on average 45% for our energy bills more than the rest of the country. And in one of the previous administration's regulatory rules, if you will, had set in place motion that would have a power plant closing just outside Philadelphia. And so Secretary Chris Wright under the Trump administration is putting out word that he had used his authority to prevent a power plant from closing just outside Philadelphia, talking about Americans in the Northeast fighting the heat today. That plant now running, and helping keep the lights on and the AC roaring. So he just put that out about 20 minutes ago. And so getting a lot of high praise, talking about Biden's energy subtraction, green policies that would have shut down 20% of coal capacity. And that would be, risking blackouts, obviously. And so I just want to put that on your radar as you think about beating the heat today. Now, I haven't heard the latest from PECO. I know that throughout the morning, they've been saying they still have some customers, a small percentage. But if you're one of the 1,000 or 2,000 people whose power is still out since that horrible, powerful storm last Thursday, I'm sorry, that you're dealing with that. Maybe you have a relative's home that you could go to. But this heat this week is oppressive.
Terrible.
It's awful.
Tried walking the dog last night at 9 p.m. It was still 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Like opening the door to an oven. Crazy. I do have some Secretary Wright audio talking about the coal plant closures and such. You want to hear that?
For 4 years, the Biden administration dug a hole trying to stand in the way of energy development and forcing the closure of so many coal plants. So we can't reverse that overnight, but we've at least reversed the trajectory overnight. We're stopping the closure of viable coal plants today, and we're doing everything we can to enable the rapid build-out of new energy generation systems. Yeah. You're right. Americans depend on air conditioning and lights and the incubators in the hospitals working. You can't draw politics and make stupid decisions about energy. We suffered 4 years of that, and I think that's why President Trump won election.
Yeah, and so you put all of it together as you think about the Biden policies on that deeply regulated this stuff and would have, many experts say, compromise the grid and then risking these blackouts or brownouts. And we've seen that across the country as well. By the way, another headline that I wanted to bring forth to you, and that is dealing with and thinking about what's going on with President Trump. And we'll bring you all of that. It looks like the ceasefire is back on. President Trump had demanded that early this morning. We've been covering it since 6 o'clock this morning. We'll update you on everything that's going on. And President Trump was furious as he caught up with reporters, or they caught up with him as he was departing to try to deal with another conflict that he inherited. And that one having to deal with Ukraine, Russia, NATO. And so he flew off to the Netherlands this morning as he's trying to deal with NATO and try to put out a lot of fires worldwide. So we'll get to all of that. Around the corner, you'll hear from a local teacher who came face to face with the GOAT, Tom Brady. And what did he win that Brady wanted? And what did he walk away with? So you'll hear from this great local teacher, local meaning Pennsylvania, our region, great guy, great athlete. We'll take a quick break. This is The Dawn Show at Dawn Stensland. Be right back. And it is an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand, whether you're eyeing, like I say, the Accord, the HRV, which is what I have, the HERV, as I call it, or the CRV, the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle that's backed by real drivers, just like you. Come experience the award-winning excellence, Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. That's the one I go to. Make sure you go to Awesome Ross the Boss here in Philadelphia, or Piazza Honda in Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield Township. They're all over. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com for today's special offers.
Wow, your new furniture is gorgeous.
All from Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield.
That big place with all the unique stuff?
Exactly. Thousands of high-quality pieces, everything from timeless antiques to modern designer brands like Stickley and Baker.
I need to go.
Let's do it. It's their 4th of July sale.
Save 20 to 50% store-wide now at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Open late and Sundays. Sale runs June 30th through July 7th.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. and credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
There's a story out of the suburbs that caught my interest. I think it's a wider debate, and that is the issue of domestic terrorism. In this one, I find it fascinating because the reason a local DA is pausing a bit and asking for the community's support, I'm not sure if they think maybe there are some answers online with some social media groups. But this one I'll take you to Chester County, Pennsylvania, where we've been telling you the story during one of those No Kings protests that were here in Philadelphia. Everything was peaceful here in Philadelphia, large gatherings of people, and they came for a wide variety of reasons. And this was a very well orchestrated group based out of Washington, D.C., and they are a very successful fundraising group as well. And they're a political action committee. Very politically motivated. This is not some grassroots mom and pop organization. But in any event, this was in Westchester, happened right before, as you may recall, right before June 14th, where we saw the huge military parade on Flag Day in D.C. with President Trump there, the celebration of our U.S. Army's 250th commemorations. But this one is a young man who now police say is on the autism spectrum, and he was heavily armed, but that he just wanted to remain safe as he wanted to attend one of these No Kings rallies in Westchester. He lives with his parents, and so he's identified as a 31-year-old man with autism. Kevin Krebs, we've been talking about this now since that this happened, right before that 14th rally. But June 14th rally. But in this one, initially they did not detain him. Then they decided to detain him after search warrants showed that he, in fact, had weapons of mass destruction, they're saying. He had these homemade IEDs. And so now he's behind bars, and he's going to be processed again. He'll have a hearing next week. But a local suburban guy with autism. And so it'll all come out in the court records, whether or not apparently there were guns in the family home. And so I don't know that the guns were his per se, but were the family's. But we're talking about a handgun. We're talking about a rifle. And we're talking about some high-powered ammunition. And then he was packed with it, if you remember. Now, he was completely compliant. When he was stopped by an officer there right on High Street in Westchester, he was totally compliant, answered questions, gave over his handgun, talked to the officers, and apparently said that he was afraid. He wanted to protect himself, and that's why he had the armaments. But then when they finally found, those homemade explosive devices in the home, they became very concerned as to his motive. I think it brings forth a broader question as far as, on one hand, Second Amendment people, and I'm one of them, we want to make sure that our constitutional rights are respected. But with regards somebody who has a diagnosed disorder, and this gets sticky here, folks, because let's say somebody who, has schizophrenia or bipolar, or let's say somebody who has something that's a diagnosed mental health disease and illness, and that is trans. That is a dysphoria. And so should these individuals be allowed to own and operate firearms? It's a question that I think we have to have the conversation, especially in light of today's mental health crisis. And so I think we have to talk about it. 855-839-1210. I'm going to take a break. We're going to, around the corner, we'll have a little fun. We'll talk about a great local athlete, an educator, celebrated. He's a high school teacher. And Mr. Denish takes on the GOAT, Tom Brady. And I'm just going to say, gets the cash, gets the job done. You're going to have fun with this. So we'll have a great conversation with
I want to know if he's a Sixers fan too, Dawn, because one of the competitors in the contest was James Harden. And if he is a Sixers fan, it has to feel somewhat gratifying to defeat James Harden in an athletic competition, I would think.
So we will have the conversation right here on the Dawn Stensland Show at Dawn Stensland. Be right back.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm excited for this one, Dawn. I got to tell you. Don't mean to bump you back there, but...
Yes, let's talk about it. We have, and you can sound off if you'd like, 855-839-1210 as we move through the day. Dawn Stensland here. Let's talk about a Pennsylvania teacher who is making national headlines. He's bringing home real, serious bragging rights over professional athletes. This is just a great story that Mr. Denish, as he's known, Matt Denish, known to his students, I don't know, did Tom Brady... when you really surprised everybody with your win at the Fanatics games recently. Matt, did Tom Brady call you Mr. Denish like your students do?
He did not.
So take us through, for those who don't know, so these are the Fanatics games, high-stakes sports skills competition held in New York City every day. You're a Pennsylvania teacher, Red Lion High School, but also, I will say, D1 track athlete, and you sounds like you played and succeeded in every sport. You're 6'6" and incredible athlete, obviously. First of all, can you tell us what that experience was like for you with this high stakes sports skills competition, and you came out on top.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm 39 years old, and it's been a long time since my peak and my prime of competition. And I've told a few people that understand individual sports like track. I mean, you are a lot of mental preparation. And so I felt like I was in my younger days, going up on a train, staying in a hotel room, one suitcase packed, and coming out of that room, going to walk down the streets of New York City on my own, just figuring out what I had to do to prepare and get in the zone and focused. And it was a lot of fun, stressful, of course. You look at things a little differently as you get older. But knowing the competition and everything, didn't know what to expect. But my skill set for those different events, I felt pretty confident. But some of them I haven't done in a few years, so I had to definitely practice up. And it was a lot of preparation, a lot of thoughts, but turned out to be okay.
So in this one, and following it, it looked like they were saying, "Hey, there were reports," and this was nationally. Matt Denish, a former D1 track runner, teacher in Pennsylvania, crushing the competition at the Fanatics games, is close to winning a Ferrari. I mean, there were people tracking you on social media as you were. People were thinking he could win the whole thing. Now, I know that Tom Brady, the GOAT, legendary former athlete, football player, obviously, he won overall the 3-day event and that $1 million prize that came with it. But you came in very close behind him, and he actually coveted your award. Can you take us through what happened there?
Yeah, so if I had a perfect day, I don't know what my score would have been. I felt like I left some points out there. He did have a decent-sized gap on me. I think his approach was a little different. He was going through a different routine, had maybe some more warm-ups or whatever off on the side than I did. I kind of had to just go through the gauntlet. But he did come out on top, and he deserves it. But he was very generous when it came down to the prize at the end. I wasn't sure what to expect there, but I did get to meet him backstage. He is a nice guy. He saw me with my Eagles hat on, and he told me he probably wasn't supposed to like me, but he was happy for my accomplishment. And he was spent a lot of time with me that he probably didn't have to. So I do appreciate that from Tom.
Well, that's nice. I mean, what did he say to you? Like
Well,
complimentary or?
It was, yeah. He asked me what my background was, what I did, where I went to college, just kind of the general questions. And Justin, the second place guy, was there as well. So we were talking about golf, and I did ask Tom what his event was that he felt like he didn't perform as well as he should have. And I knew hockey was already won, but he kind of said that everything was done pretty well. So just kind of had those little conversations about the games and what we went through. And then he asked me if I was a card collector, and I said no. So I think he was kind of trying to figure out if he could take that card off my hands.
And so this was it was a LeBron James, like a rookie card. So let's if we can listen to that moment.
Something amazing happened when we started these games. You win this amazing LeBron James rookie card, rated 9.5, incredible card. And I don't know what you'll do with that, but I'd like to make you an offer. I'd like to offer Matt $250,000 for that card. Oh, send cash right now? In cash right now. But I want you to ask Tom. You don't mind taking the deal, but you want Michael Rubin to throw in a Tom Brady trading card that Tom Brady can sign in real time with you. So you get a signed Tom Brady card to go with your deal. As a card collector, he'll understand why. You get your cash, you get a Tom Brady card, and possibly another piece of paraphernalia, a Tom Brady jersey that Ruben can provide with a signature here as well.
Wow.
So I will say to you, Matt, that I looked up the value of a rare LeBron James rookie card recently sold for $1.1 million, according to Olympics.com. Another card that was numbered to his 23 jersey number sold for $5.2 million. I don't know. I think you probably had to negotiate. Brady just won $1 million. You could have said, well, You give me,
Does he really need it?
Give me the million, right? Give me the $1 million.
And Matt was sitting in first place, and then he was sitting in second place and had a Ferrari in his sights. And this UFC fighter comes in, gets knocked down to this card, but still a good prize, I think, right?
So what was? I mean, do you wish you had negotiated a little bit?
No, I mean, honestly, the promotion for the prizes, they said that card last sold in May of this year for like around $200,000. So I kind of knew the value of it, and when he said that price, because I was wondering what he was going to say, because I had no idea before going up on stage that was going to happen. I don't know if he and Kevin had a conversation and they were going to have that banter or not, but I got to thank Kevin for stepping up and speaking on my behalf. And going for the $250, I said that sounded pretty good, but then also adding on 2 signed items from Tom, I thought, all right, I don't want to take this card out of here. This is a pretty good deal, and I wasn't going to sit there and negotiate beyond what Kevin did for me.
Our executive producer, Dan Borowski, who set up this interview, wanted to ask you a couple of questions.
Well, first off,
wanted to bring in Dan.
I want to underline and just give credit to you because what you did is great. I guess it's the end of your school year, and you're just scrolling social media. You see this event pop up, Matt, and you're a former athlete. And I don't know, I guess you kind of want to relive the glory days to a little bit. And I know we have tons of guys, women in the audience that might want to relive the glory days themselves. And just the fact that you were able to enter something like that, make it in New York, win $250,000 against the 50 athletes, not just Brady, Eli Manning was there, there's a couple, the UFC fighter, but one of the athletes, you being a big Sixers fan, one of the athletes that you faced off against was a bearded individual that's gained quite the negative reputation here in Philadelphia, being James Harden. And I gotta ask, you blew him out of the water, right? The guy just jogs on the court, so it got to feel nice, right?
That one felt good. Seeing him sitting behind me, that one sure does feel good.
What will you tell your students when you? I know you're probably out of. Are you out of school, or what will you tell them?
We are.
Okay, so when you come back, no doubt some of your students will ask you. What would you tell them about? I don't know, lessons learned, what the experience was like.
Yeah, so a little over a year ago, last game of the season for the Sixers, I hit a half-court shot, and I did get a lot of attention at school going back that week, and I didn't think anyone would really find out about it. But, of course, it went viral from social media, and that's how kids communicate. So, they're going up and down the halls, and just a whole different feeling and, just a presence coming. You can just tell it coming from the kids. So it is nice that we're on summer vacation. I have not looked a whole lot at social media. Stuff is just constantly blowing up with all the attention. So I do know that there are many comments from former students, current students. I'm getting friend requests and all kinds of likes and everything. So it's been a lot just on the social media side of things. Mm-hmm. And I feel like I'm going to probably have to explain myself when I go back.
What will you can we ask the $250? You're going to have to pay taxes on it, probably.
Correct.
New York taxes. Yeah. So it's like half of that. But what are you going to do? You have plans for the money?
Not currently. No, I mean, there's a couple of things
buy a dream house, put a down payment down.
Sixers.
Yeah, I'm not one to spend a whole lot of money, so I will probably just let it sit in the bank and grow a little bit. Maybe find something to invest in, but don't want to go too crazy. It won't allow me to retire or last forever, for sure.
Well, Matt Dennis, you sound like a great teacher, and you made Pennsylvania proud, so we really appreciate you. Thanks for joining me live today. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you so much. I
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Matt Dennis. That's pretty cool. What a cool story to when you come back in the fall from school and say, well, what did you do this summer? He's got a great story to tell. 855-839-1210. We're going to, right around the corner, we'll update you on all the live local breaking news. We got a lot of Trump news. We have so much to talk about. Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Dom Giordano.
Do you wear running shorts? The really short ones?
No, they chafe.
Didn't you see Dom wearing running shorts?
They're very chaffing.
What are you running then?
Jeans.
Just wait, no.
Yeah.
You jog in jeans?
Sure.
What?
Yeah. Why not?
That's worse than the running shorts.
Why is that?
Jeans? If I were to go on a jog with this right now, I'd be chafed. Oh my gosh.
I'm not getting any chafing with the jeans.
People look at my legs and be like, what happened to you? And I'd be like, I went jogging in jeans.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Did Iran make any commitments yesterday about uranium enrichment?
About what?
About uranium enrichment.
They're not going to have enrichment, and they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and they know that. They're going to get on to being a great trading nation. You know, they're very good traders, and they're going to be a great trading nation, and they have a lot of oil. They're going to do well. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
So did they
The
promise?
last thing on Iran's mind right now is nuclear weapons.
So that was President Trump, his latest, as he's with a press pool. He's heading to the Netherlands, to The Hague, for that NATO meeting that I talked about earlier this morning. Since 6 o'clock this morning, just updating you on the developments with Trump. Initially, he was furious this morning about the 7 o'clock hour. He had actually dropped an F-bomb, just saying that Iran and Israel, he had accused of violating that ceasefire deal that he was very, very happy about yesterday. If you saw J.D. Vance, he was going on some of the nightly news shows yesterday. And many people on both sides of the aisle praising this administration for a relatively quick, never-before-seen type of a ceasefire and ending what they called that 12-day war. But the latest here this morning, and we'll get into all of it, is that, number one, we saw within the past hour or less, the nation of Qatar hoping the ceasefire holds despite these violations that we saw early this morning. And then we saw that the U.S. officials have said that Iran is greatly diminished, but they're urging the continued scrutiny of Iran, and even the fact that they've said that Iran retains, quote, significant capability to strike U.S. troops with all of our bases in that area. So some cautious optimism, but both sides, including Netanyahu, including Israel, were, if you will, slapped down by Trump this morning. And I know that I had reported that Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi, had the conversation with Trump, who had put out that all caps order, basically saying you will not strike back. But in this one, we're hearing that Netanyahu has said that they will respect that, and we're back to the ceasefire. Cross your fingers, say a prayer. But let's listen in as Trump, within the past maybe half hour or less, as he's speaking out again. This is the second time he's speaking to the press, traveling with him now, as he hopes to get some things done with regard to NATO. Listen in.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
And so you hear Trump here as he's trying to go toward peace and prosperity. And in many ways, this is what he does with all of these individuals around the world, saying we can all enjoy a better life and a better quality of life if we all do business together and if we all celebrate peace in a world where we can share things like trade. And that is really consistent with everything that I've ever heard from President Trump. And I know many of you would say the same, 855-839-1210. But I will say this, that there's a report as the U.S. State Department now saying that citizens need to prepare for closed airspace in the Middle East, talking about this, the potential demonstrations against Americans, for example. And so these worldwide travel alerts have gone out vis-a-vis the State Department, warning Americans around the globe that they could face travel difficulties, even hostility, due to this ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. And so we've seen that going down. Another reason that President Trump is trying to just tamp down all the tension between the two. And I had seen that, overnight there were claims even that, or not claims, it was that Israel first, and Trump told us this when he spoke out first early this morning, he was livid. And he told us that Israel waited before the deadline, the agreed ceasefire deadline, had taken out a radar facility of Iran. So we can listen to that. And we're going to take you back now. I was on the air live and noted to Greg Stocker at the time, hey, Trump is speaking to the press. He was livid. He was frustrated. Listen in.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
And that beep was the F-bomb, not F, but the whole word. He was frustrated. He was angry, furious. And then this was confirmed by the White House that he had a productive phone call with Netanyahu, who then agreed to the ceasefire, that this was it, and that they were going to try to work together. So we will hope for that as we look at what's going on with President Trump. Now, moving forward, I know that you want to talk about the big, beautiful bill that's still hanging out there. Trump would love to get that done prior to July 4th. I don't know. It's going to be tough. We have to think about China. We have to think about NATO. We have to think about Russia and Ukraine. So I think last night, the Trump administration and President Trump personally, you're seeing this frustration because I think they thought, okay, here's one fire put out. And that's really, these are fires. These are fires burning left by the previous administration. And so he was left to mop up the mess or put out the fires, whatever analogy you want to use there. But I think he felt that was at least quelled and he could move on to solving the other issues. Again, a disaster left by the previous administration. And then as well, he was putting out information again about Jerome Powell, talking about the fact that in Europe, for example, their rates reductions and that not happy with the fact that his guy, who I'm sure he's aggravated that Trump, last time he was in office, first administration, he was the one who promoted Jerome Powell and Mr. Too Late, as Trump calls him. But now we have the rates, to deal with. And so he's looking at the economy. He has concerns about that. He put out the numbers to how many hundreds of billions of dollars in interest, because that's really what he's looking at, the monetary cost to all of this. And so we'll take you through it. There are so many saying that part of this, as far as Congress, failures within Congress, and that Trump, there are op-eds this morning that I think are wise, as far as Trump having to not only put out the fires of a failed previous administration and policies, but also the failures of Congress. And so I know that the White House, as far as Mike Johnson, he was this morning speaking out live to various media outlets, including Fox News. He's trying to get things back on track as far as the big, beautiful bill. We have so much to talk about. And yes,
Did you want that Mike Johnson cut? They have it.
Oh, sure. Mike
seconds.
Johnson?
Yep, here you go.
Yeah, I'm gathering all the House Republicans together within the hour, and we're going to talk about the schedule. If the Senate does its job, not if, but when, I believe they will. I believe Leader Thune has his steady hand at the wheel. They're going to deliver that product through the Senate, and we'll have to take it and act upon it. The July 4th deadline is an important one. The President is insistent about it. I have been from the very beginning, and I think we can get this job done. I remain very optimistic that we will.
He remains optimistic. Let's listen to one of our Pennsylvania senators. This is Dave McCormick talking about, and I'll say in air quotes, the war.
Well, I think what's happened in the last few days has been absolutely historical. For decades, U.S. leaders and leaders around the world have said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But President Trump stood up and handled this in a way where he left an avenue for diplomacy and peace. The Iranians chose not to take it. He was very clear there cannot be a nuclear weapon. There must be dismantlement of the nuclear program and no enrichment capability. He approved a very surgical, flawlessly executed strike, and he said that this is not about regime change. That series of events is what has put the United States and the Middle East in an entirely new situation. And a ceasefire can credibly be brokered by the United States because it stood with its ally Israel against the existential threat of Iran. But it's also said this is not a fight against the Iranian people. So I do think that President Trump's in a unique leadership position. He's established credibility not just in the Middle East but around the world. That peace through strength does not mean that the military, America will not use its military power selectively in support of America's interest. And I do think whether it's in Russia and Ukraine or whether it's in the Middle East, U.S. credibility is at an all-time high.
Yes. And so even though maybe the headlines are saying it's a shaky ceasefire between Israel and Iran, the ceasefire is definitely back on. And that brings a stop. At the end of the day, this is a stop to the 12 days in that fighting, which is amazing in this contentious situation. The ceasefire appearing to be in trouble early this morning. Then who intercepted it? Once again, President Donald Trump making those phone calls, working the phones, talking to Netanyahu. And you heard him really reaching out to Iran. And this is a branch to say, you want to be part of this. You want peace. You want prosperity. You want to be in business. You have the opportunities of trade in a great trade country. And so in this one, I think he's consistent. You heard him with the press pool once again as he used the word, he said, regime change takes chaos. And that's exactly right. So everybody who says he's pushing for regime change, no, I think he's clearly pushing for peace and prosperity, and that's what he is all about. It's very consistent if you really listen to him. And so where things stand right now is that it is a ceasefire this morning. That's the official word. We'll go with that. We'll hope for that. I know many prayers around the world, but these blistering attacks between Israel and Iran, hundreds more dead that needed to be. And I will say to you, in that latest one, Israel struck first, right before the actual ceasefire deadline. They struck and took out, like I said, that radio tower and facility. That was Israel against Iran. Then Iran apparently fired back, or somebody fired back, and maybe they were some rogue groups, and there was an accident, whatever was going on. But in that one, Iran, the one that Iran was accused of killing 4 Israelis. Initially, they said 7, but it was 4. So in that one, there were 4 people killed. Supposedly, both of those strikes were actually before the technical ceasefire deadline. And that's why you heard Trump saying, hey, both of you, Israel started it, essentially, but Trump is finishing it, saying enough. We both want peace and prosperity. And I believe Trump is the peace and prosperity president. And so he took to Truth Social talking about all of this. Let's get to, I want to talk for a moment about President Trump putting word out and I don't know, maybe he's taking the bait by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. But I will say that he had put out all caps, make my day, taking to Truth Social as well today, attacking impeachment threats by Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who you well know, Democrat from New York. And this is a losing battle. At the end of the day, I feel this is a losing battle, but he said the Democrats are not used to winning, in all caps, and he doesn't name her, but says she can't stand the concept of our country being successful again. So let's listen in. You have this back and forth. Did you have audio on this, Dan?
Sorry, the AOC, no.
Okay,
what I do have, though, is I Fetterman talking about AOC, calling for the impeachment that we played
Okay,
yesterday.
so let me just wrap up this one segment. Then I wasn't sure if we had audio. And so the actual post then that he put out there, as he does not name her, I will say that. You can infer that, but he's, quote, Democrats are not used to winning, all caps, and can't stand the concept of our country being successful again. That remark from him. And so then he had gone on to say, so go ahead, try impeaching me again. Make my day. That from President Trump. He's been very busy in the past couple of days, overnight and into today. but he's really rejecting the regime change upset. And I think overall, if you look at today and you think about what he did early this morning, and again, you think about this, nobody's talking about his age. He's in his late 70s. Does anybody ever talk about Trump's age like they did with Biden in the past? No. You know why? Because this guy, you know what? I'll bet you right now it's 11:14. I've got a teenage son who probably is still in bed. Okay? Yeah, I'm calling out my David. And
wake up!
I know, but seriously, I think there are a lot of 18 to 20 to 30-year-olds who could not keep up with the work ethic or the work schedule of Trump. He worked well into the night last night. He was up in the wee hours of this morning. And by the way, he's traveling internationally. He's on an airplane. This is not just driving to your local office. He's now on a plane. If you know what jet lag is like, or these types of work days, they're exhausting. I mean, this guy is just a workhorse, and he's fueled by his passion to make America great again. So, Dan, take us through it now. You had another piece of audio you were going to share that, and there's so much breaking and developing, so I appreciate
Well,
you
I think we've kind of moved on from
this.
AOC, right? Because I do have Fetterman
yes.
talking about the situation and just calling out AOC. Also, Trump, you mentioned he did that interview on Air Force One. It talks about the B-2 pilots and their success of their mission. If you wanted some of that, I have that. I also have Secretary Wright, who's doing an event with Breitbart today, and talks about the implication that the energy policies and the big, beautiful bill will have on the economy and safety of America. And also Mike Johnson discussed the big, beautiful bill's implication on national security and safety. So we can go anywhere.
Let's go to Secretary Wright, and then we'll take a break and come right back hearing about the B-2 bombers. But let's go to Secretary Wright. We haven't talked enough about the big, beautiful bill. Will they get the job done?
The one big, beautiful bill is transformative in our trajectory on energy. I wrote a few years ago about the differing trajectories between the United States and Europe on energy. We didn't have wildly different energy prices 20 years ago. Today, they're just dramatically different. Our economies dramatically diverged in size and in wealth and whatever. But yet, for 4 years, we tried to jump on the European express train to make energy expensive, unreliable, and export our industries, just like Europe had done. This bill is the pivot. It's the reversal of that. You know, we have spent hundreds of billions of dollars to subsidize electricity sources. I don't care where energy comes from. All I care about is secure, reliable, affordable energy from any source that can deliver those conditions. But if you subsidize something, you're going to get more of it. And we've spent a lot of money on other dumb things as well, but on subsidizing wind and solar so massively that we keep building more and more of it. Well, at peak demand at PJM, I mentioned after Inauguration Day, wind and solar combined were 2%. So you need our entire legacy grid there and operating to keep people alive when it's cold or cool when the peak heat hits. You need that whole grid then, but now you're going to build a second grid that's just a parasite. When the wind blows, you got to turn this thing down. When the sun shines, you got to turn this thing down. When the sun goes down and the wind dies, you got to turn all this stuff up. So we just drove ourselves to. But if you keep paying businesses to build stuff, they'll do it. And so this bill is to end these subsidies, not just on wind and solar, but a whole bunch of other kind of energy green dreams that when you subsidize something, it should become cheaper. When the government pays for the community center, well, the admission fees are lower. We subsidize electricity sources and we get more expensive electricity. That's the worst possible subsidy. $1 in subsidy and an extra $1 on your electricity bill. So the big, beautiful bill will not only end this stuff or put in a relatively rapid sunset of that, it'll remove a whole bunch of other restrictions and leasing and permitting reform that allow development of whatever energy source. We want to see nuclear get rolling again. Geothermal's coming along in a next generation wave. Oil, gas, coal. We want everything that works economically and betters American lives. This bill unleashes that.
And so Chris Wright, just to refresh here, is the Secretary of Energy nominated by Trump and then confirmed by the Senate a couple months ago. But he's somebody who is not a career politician, if you will, sucking off the teat like a parasite off of our government. He's somebody from the private sector. He founded and led Liberty Energy, an oil and gas company. So he's somebody who has run a business. He is somebody who has, employed many people and knows what it's like to balance a budget, for example. And so he is somebody who really what he's looking for, and you heard him say this, focusing on energy. He has promoted nuclear energy. Someday I'll teach, because here's this well-educated, smart, successful business guy. It's not nuclear. It's nuclear. Just picture N-E-W and then the word clear. Nuclear energy. I have to do this, Dan, because it's like,
you do.
I do it with everybody. It's nuclear.
Makes me feel better about myself.
No, but it's nuclear. Nuclear. Get it right? Like
nuclear.
It's nuclear.
Nuclear.
And the problem with nuclear is that I think it actually, in the name, makes people fear nuclear energy, which is very clean energy, albeit whenever we go to the outlets, and recently we went, and you see those huge stacks, and it looks like smoke is coming out, and it's ominous.
Very ominous.
People fear that, but it's really a clean form of energy for industrial, processes. He has advocated for nuclear. Just picture the word new. Like, think of nuclear energy. Think of NEW space CLEAR. Think of a nuclear type of energy. Anyway, he has, as far as Secretary Wright, again, Energy Secretary, he wants tax credits for emerging energy sources like nuclear, geothermal, and fusion. And he supports the Loan Programs Office within the Department of Energy. And so he really wants to be energy independent. And I think that's part of what Trump loves about him, that if we think about being dependent on, other parts of the world, it gives us strength for many different reasons. So that's huge news, obviously, for Pennsylvania. All right, we'll take a quick break. And when we come right back from the break, we'll go right to it as far as Trump talking about these heroes that I think are unsung heroes with all the breaking news. We've got to think about those incredible pilots, those stealth B-2 bombers. I came home last night and my sons were on video games, and the video games are so high tech. It's amazing. I just sat and watched for like an hour.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
You didn't play?
But they were doing like they were simulating what these B-2 pilots taking off, and then talking about the decoy guys in Guam, but really the effort where they fueled in the air and doing the whole thing. But then Michael was on the Iran. He was on the Iran team, so that kind of sucked. I was like, oh, you're on the. Oh, really? You got the losers, and you hate to look at it from that point. You know what I mean? But everybody wanted to be the Americans, right? The B-2. You want to be the American pilots. Hoorah! I know.
Don't think you get to choose, sadly.
I know.
No.
If you could only choose.
It's just a random thing. Yeah.
Even the Iranians were like, we are.
So are you rooting against your son then?
I know.
Yeah.
So that sucks to be you, I guess. So we'll hear from Trump praising these American heroes making their way home, and we thank them for their service. All right. Let's take you home into your dream kitchen. How does that sound? Because if you want to head to the shore, maybe you're dreaming about upgrading your home, Kitchen Magic can really help you fall in love with your kitchen again. They are family-owned, they're local, American-made, and tariff-proof. So your remodel days, of course, stay on budget. No surprises with Kitchen Magic. This June, you're running out of time, so it's this month only. Enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. What are you waiting for? Get started today. KitchenMagic.com. You can call 800-237-0799. That's 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now. You'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
So let's take you to President Trump praising our great American heroes coming home to Missouri. These pilots, can you imagine? You are the pilot who obviously it was a secret mission, but now everybody knows, no doubt, when you come home, being celebrated and praised by the President of the United States of America.
And I will tell you, the last thing on their minds is nuclear weapons. They don't even want to think about nuclear. And our B-2 pilots made this all possible. They had a magnificent hit in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. They hit the target perfectly, wiped it out. And the press is very disrespectful. I saw CNN fake news going, well, maybe it wasn't a perfect hit, it was perfect. They said maybe it did destroy it. We agree, it did destroy it, but maybe it could have destroyed it more. No, it couldn't have destroyed it more. Everyone hit. And it's very disrespectful to those great geniuses and patriots that flew those planes through tremendous danger. So CNN and MSDNC are a disgrace. And so are the others. I mean, they're pretty much all in disgrace.
Yeah, it's really true. These pilots, if you hear from other pilots talk about this for Operation Midnight Hammer, but, I saw interviews with other, former B-2 stealth bomber pilots, the Spirit, as it's known, and they were talking about this, talking about trying to execute a mission like this, and then just even hearing what they had on board, because remember they had to refuel in flight. It's not like they would land and get a break and refuel, that sort of thing. They refueled midair. I mean, this was such a precision, stealthy, amazing operation. And because, I swear to God, it's because it's this administration. It's not even that it's a Republican administration, but it's the Trump administration. And the media and all of these pundits and Democrats, there's just something about Trump that just gets under their skin because, of course, he's the ultimate swamp buster, if you will. But we told you about the B-2 bomber pilots. On board, they have a toilet, a cooler for some snacks, and a microwave oven. I hope they reveal what the snacks were, because some of the snacks, I guess, you would be able to warm up. I mean, is it like a Hot Pocket?
Hope it's not hot dogs.
Probably not a hot. Yeah, we talked Friday about those. I got more reaction
Doritos?
from the Dorito. Like, what would it be?
Doritos and Mountain Dew, if it's anything like
Mountain
video games.
Dew gives you the energy. So what do you think the snack would be? Because it's 18 hours there, 19 hours back, right? Total of 37 hours from Missouri to Iran and then back again straight. I mean, you don't, So what do you think the snack? I would think high protein. I mean, if their mom, I imagine their mom or grandmom is like, let me make you some of my healthy protein muffins. Wouldn't that be great? But see, you can't tell anybody. It's a stealth mission. But there's enough room, I guess, for one pilot to lie down and rest while the other flies the so-called Batwing jet. It's amazing to me.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see one of these things land. They are fascinating to see.
And if anybody's in the military, what is the usual snack? Because I'm serious, food, we are what we eat. I mean, I would definitely pack bananas, some power drinks, like the power drinks that I know they're not great for you because they contain, I mean, it's processed, if you will, but those protein power drinks that are like 30 grams of protein each, I would definitely do high protein, high energy, but not too much caffeine.
No.
Because you don't want to be shaky.
Probably an MRE, you would think, right? Like one of the rations you think they got up there?
Really?
Eating out of a bag, like
you can't have like regular snacks?
I guess on something short like this, I assume you could, right?
I'd want to bring my own. I mean,
yeah.
Bring my own.
I don't know.
Look, if you're the bomber, right? I want to bring my own snack. I'm just saying.
Trump did speak more about the bombers on the lawn this morning if you wanted more audio.
Yeah, I would love it.
Here you go.
That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are.
Well, and you see that even though they're technically still profitable, they have lost. We were talking about it on Kale and Company earlier. I was looking at the profits of somebody like Fox News. They are incredible for their growth every year. But you look at CNN, MSNBC, you look at how they've just lost hundreds of millions of dollars in profits. And this is one of the reasons, because we as Americans, no matter what your politics, right? Don't you want to celebrate these military members, these pilots? They're following orders. They completed an historic, perfect mission. Perfectly done. Flawless. Don't they deserve everybody's just heroes welcome? Don't they deserve the praise? Don't they deserve the benefit of the doubt? I think that's why Trump is calling for the apology, to say that this is the first time the United States, even though have B-2 bombers existed, of course, but it's the first time in the history of our nation that we use these massive, these 15-ton GBU 57, as they're called, bunker buster bombs in a military attack, carried out perfectly. And like President Trump said, in the darkness there, trying to refuel mid-flight. It's incredible. And they dropped a total of those 14 MOPS, the massive ordnance penetrators, and dropped against at least 2 nuclear target areas, and reportedly wiped out their ability to create any kind of a bomb, a nuclear weapon that could be used as a, mass, a target or weapon of mass destruction, as they say. And so will they be able to do nuclear power as far as nuclear energy for Iran? Sure. That's fine. UBU, you don't need as much as they had, but they were making moves toward that. So I think it's great. Celebrate our heroes. Welcome home. I hope that, I don't know, Dan, do you think they'll be on, I imagine they'll bring them to the White House, celebrate the heroes.
I
We'll
would
hear
hope so,
from them.
yeah.
Would they?
Yeah.
I would hope so.
The problem is, though, does that create a situation where, of like fatwas and such? Does it create a target on the back of the pilots if you personalize it to that degree?
Yeah, that's true. Will it be, we could, certainly our friend Charlie Strange, I'm texting back and forth with him all the time. By the way, I hope they begin those congressional hearings. That was another campaign promises. I don't forget any of those as I think about Charlie and yeah, that's true. Retribution. Maybe they don't want to name them. Although I don't believe that those bombers in that very targeted, laser-focused attack, the idea was evacuate, the facilities. They knew that they could strike them within a 2-week period. So I did not hear of casualties caused within those specific attacks. All right, 855-839-1210. A quick break. We'll get your thoughts on the other side as well as update you on all the other. Have you heard of Alligator, the new Alligator idea of using gators to guard illegal detainees in Florida, Alligator Alcatraz, as it's called? They got approval for it. We'll talk about that around the corner. But I got to talk about my guys, my friends, who I'm really grateful for at Marvin E. Cans, Kanze. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We had that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level, which has the poor ventilation and ductwork. And so this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, it is a true game changer for us in our home office. Really appreciative. I hope you consider that mini split for your hard-to-reach areas. Just visit my guys at Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
The extreme heat warning remains in effect through Wednesday. Record-breaking temperatures once again today. Plenty of sunshine, very humid with a high 99, but feeling more like 105. For tonight, mostly clear, very warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot and humid day on Wednesday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 97.
Weather sponsored by WSFS Bank. Where there's a Wisvis, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
With Iran and Israel, the shaky ceasefire back on again. I know that this week on Monday morning, first thing when I started out at 6 o'clock, we had talked about the fact that Israel had said that they had recovered the bodies of 3 more hostages taken in Hamas's terror attack back on October 7th, igniting the ongoing 20-month war there in the Gaza Strip. Not a lot of you are, maybe it's not top of mind as far as those hostages that remain, but it is top of mind for our next caller, Phil. And I know that you're somebody who's thinking about the hostages. Hey, Phil.
Well, he's not.
Oh,
Phil, you there?
him?
Phil.
Nope.
Yeah, we lost him. Phil, you there? 1, 2. One more try.
Hey, Phil.
Yes.
There he is.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Phil. Good morning. How are you?
Well, now that I get to spend my morning with you, it can't get any better.
Well, you're so thoughtful. You're thoughtful to think of the hostages, because a lot of people are looking, move past that. And it's been 20 months.
Well, and that's what I don't understand. That, I love Trump, but it was promised so many times by Saturday we're going to get him freed. And I think that should have been part of the deal. That and observers constantly watching over Iran for different things, things against the people living there and everything. So that puts a lot more people at peace, and they can't bash Trump as much.
Yeah, you make a good point. I think in the heat, you're right. In the heat of the moment this morning, I think Trump was frustrated. But I will say this, that, his right-hand guy, Steve Witkoff, was trying to negotiate for the remaining hostages. Now, remember, as far as the count goes, we supposedly have 50, about 50 people. But remember, Trump told us at some point, this was like a month ago, that it was believed at that point that 27 had been killed. And so you're looking for less than 24 people. I can't even imagine their families during this 12-day war with what's going on. And that's, so I think, Phil, your point is well taken, that we want to keep them in our minds. And sometimes, I will say this, to your point, I wish in the media, the media doesn't ever want to talk about those. Do you notice this? The media will never ask the question about those Jewish hostages. And you know why? Because that's not the narrative they want to push. I mean, that would have been fantastic this morning, right? Within the press pool, there were 2 different opportunities for somebody to say, Mr. President, you've had Steve Witkoff over there. You've been involved in these negotiations. What about the hostages? That would have been a great question.
Well, and I think that the 2 things that would have solved was, you have to feel for the families of the hostages. But in the position that they're at, they're pushing Netanyahu unnecessarily when you don't think he's trying his best to include them in every move that he makes? But it gives it an optics that, Trump doesn't care, Netanyahu doesn't care, and you hit it right on the spot that you give the people, like first thing in the morning, posts. It wasn't anything that Trump did good. It's just, a ceasefire happened? It just happened? No. And that's the narrative that the Democrats keep wanting to do. Media, oh my God, they should say exactly what their employer is, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I actually think that for most actual Democrats, like old school Democrats, the Democrat Party has actually doesn't exist. It's being held hostage. It's been hijacked by these far left progressives, and to your point, the far left media who continue and they wonder why they're losing profits and losing viewers by the minute. Phil, thank you so much. You're really a thoughtful human being, and we really appreciate you bringing up the hostages. To your point, I just saw that the mother of one of those hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza, those Hamas terrorists holding her son, and he's been held. Today marks day 627, and her name's Vicky Cohen, and her son, when he was kidnapped, Nimrod Cohen, was just 19 years old, a teenager. And she says that his 21st birthday, is next month. And she's worried sick about him because they haven't heard any news of him since at least March. He was seen in a Hamas video back in March. But she says that Israel must stop the war in Gaza, bring the hostages back. And she was just very prayerful as these parents are just praying and really holding their breaths. I can't even imagine trying to cope day by day with your life, 627 days, and it's been months now. And so I'm sure she's worried that perhaps these remaining 24 or less hostages, worried that, have they been killed? I mean, my heart goes out to them. But she's right, and Phil's right too. We need to put them in focus and say enough already. 855-839-1210. I know we have to take a break real quick here if you want to give your thoughts as we move forward. Man, there's just so much breaking news. So we'll take a little breath here, and we'll be back on the other side with more.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already
steady buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So, where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, the weather's not fine with this heat wave, so be safe out there. Excessive heat, and we're going to feel it until 8 o'clock tomorrow. Thanks for being on the YouTube chat. I guess Suze has to run off to the grocery store, though. Hey, can you get me some beer, too? So thanks for being on the YouTube chat. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe for us. We love that here, and we really appreciate you.
What kind of beer are we going for?
Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm a red wine girl.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see you drinking a
Pinot
beer.
Noir.
Cracking open a nice Yingling, you know.
In the summer, there was this one time, well, it was a power outage, not the most recent one, where Larry and I, it was like hot and sweaty, and we found in this downstairs fridge this cold beer that was kept cold because it was just in the fridge, and we like cracked open that. I was like, the best. It is the best thing when it's a discovery, right? I mean, you might as well just strike gold.
I disagree. Did you know how old the beer was?
No, it was fine. It was like, it was good. It was like only a year old or something.
Hold on a sec. I'm going to get
my memory of the good beer, not with America's mother-in-law, as Yoli always calls her. All right, let's get to Alligator Alcatraz. And I used to, one of my very first jobs in television was at Wink TV, the CBS affiliate in Fort Myers, Florida. And if you're in Naples, Florida, if you know this Gulf of America side of Florida, then you're familiar with Collier County, where it's the new home of Alligator Alcatraz.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz.
The
So the
30
news
square
is
mile area.
I'll give the deets on it. So he is Florida's Attorney General. That's James Othmeyer. So the deal is that this thing, which has just been approved, it was just approved yesterday during the day, and there were people out there protesting dayside, by the way, because this sucker is in the middle of the Everglades. It was an old abandoned, like he said, airfield in the Everglades. So it straddles Collier County, which, as you know, also encompasses Naples. But then part of it is in Dade County, if you know Dade. So in the middle of the Everglades, what's there? You got pythons, you got gators, and it's no joke there. But it was abandoned for years. So the construction has begun already today. That's the latest. I was monitoring those TV stations there and the press there. But state officials say that this will house up to 5,000 illegals who have been, these detainees. And part of this is, and it's a brilliant publicity stunt, if you will, to deter people from coming here. And that's part of the reason that they've successfully taken it down to zero as far as these illegal border crossings. If you look at the video, that is not fabricated. I remember I said earlier on Kale & Co., and I apologize if you're hearing the story for the second time, I'll truncate it, but back in the day when I would go with my friends, especially Colleen, who's a teacher there still in Naples, Florida, she and Patrick still live with there, we would drive over to see her family in Miami across Alligator Alley, as they called it at the time. If I was alone and I saw a woman, because women would sometimes hitchhike or be walking, I would pick them up. I would say, "What are you, crazy?" Because all the time we would report on people being eaten by the gators, and they'd have to kill the gator, find their body. You know what I mean? It was gross, but sometimes they wouldn't even find people. These things, Dan, these things are. They're huge,
and people just get so conditioned to them, I bet, down there, that they just think it's nothing, and that's why they're just walking along the side and Alligator Alcatraz, essentially Alligator Everglades. It's nuts.
I think
it's a great idea.
These gators are huge, and the other part of the problem is people think it's funny to throw, like, let's say they've got their leftover McDonald's or whatever, so they'll throw their trash over. If they see a gator, they'll throw like a burger to it. Maybe not now because it's more expensive. So what happens is that the gators are conditioned to think, oh, human equals food. Don't feed the wild gators because you might be the next gator food. Anyway, we digress. Dom Giordano, I'm giving some gator advice.
Dom, you ever eat gator?
I've eaten octopus, as everybody that knows.
Calamari.
It was not calamari.
Okay.
No, it was real octopus, Dawn. It was at a wine tasting. I won't say how many wines in we were, but yeah, bring that octopi over. Give me some more octopus. It tasted more like chicken than calamari.
Yeah, gator's like a chewy chicken, too.
But anyhow, one of Dan's kin, finally, someone who's Polish we can talk about, Emily Ratajkowski, I believe it's pronounced, right, Dan? Entourage.
Ratajkowski, close enough, yeah.
Is it Kowski or
I don't
Kowski?
know, yeah.
Okay. Has just done a video with the guy who may be the next mayor of New York, the socialist. We'll play that, Dawn. And I'm looking at Google decided to ask how much would each individual Americans, get if the money were whacked up minus liabilities equally over $471,000.
It's a great Dom show just ahead.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in. It is Dom time. YouTube alert. It's like a Fox alert. We ought to have a thing that goes down right in front of me here. It's a YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210WPHT. In a moment, we'll play you the latest endorser that caught our attention of the socialist who stands a reasonable chance to be mayor of New York. Am I wishing for it? Yeah, they kind of deserve it. New York deserves stuff like that. This guy wants to make all the stores in New York government stores. What could go wrong? And yet, seriously, he's right there. I mean, who's the opposition? Andrew Cuomo. I'm not a pervert. It's Italian infection. Oh, my God. All right. He actually said that. Yeah. I don't know if he said pervert. I think he said, groper or something like that.
Oh, man.
That's just being Italian. I've almost changed the side question. What's being Italian?
Well, kissing someone on the cheek when you first introduced
Oh,
yourself.
yeah, of course.
That's weird.
And then whacking them in the alleyway after that. Yes.
I have an
that's
Italian
perfect.
brother-in-law during his engagement party. Had another Italian come up to him, and they both turned the same direction to kiss each other on the cheek and met on the lips.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
A little bit of a faux pas. Check that one out. Okay. All right. So Dan is even standing up. So is Henry. Someone's tagging
switch out
in.
yet?
I know. The switch out is about. We should have that on YouTube. All right. Let me give a quick update, Dan. Then be ready with this. With Radikowski, we'll play you on YouTube the endorsement of this socialist in New York. And I have the figure. I'm fascinated by this. Google data says how much would each person listening now, and if you have children, the wife, the husband, every single person in the United States, how much would have coming to you if we were completely communistic, if we were socialistic like this guy in New York? One little update. The ceasefire. Trump is holding this together, really going after the Israelis, which I approve. He realizes how difficult it is. There's going to be bumps in the road with this. Poll out on CNN today says 76% of Republicans approve of what Trump has been doing with Iran and Israel. That's a pretty good number. Tucker Carlson is not breaking through with that. 76% is an excellent number. The other thing, Bet Online has the odds improving for Trump to be the nominee and president in 2028. I know there's a little thing called the Constitution, that amendment to it. But his odds have gone up. People are betting on him being president in 2028. All right, we'll get into all that. Here is Emily Ratajkowski, I guess fashion model, entourage star, pitching the next mayor of New York. And Henry tells me, I'm not watching on YouTube, but you can, tells me she's wearing something intriguing. Henry, what is the allure here?
I guess, I don't know if it's an official campaign shirt, but I believe that says Hot Girls for Zoran.
Oh, no. Can you see women walking down the street? Or are you allowed to say, no, you're not? Is she
Take it off. Take off the shirt.
Stay home. Don't vote today.
Is she still hot? I haven't seen her recently. I guess so. Yeah, okay.
I got her wedding ring on.
So is that all that it is here? Is that just that and the Hot Girls for Zoran?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the endorsement. Nothing on his economic policies, what he'll do with the bike lanes or the homeless.
You got a hot pole lock, Dom.
Yeah, that doesn't
what
else do you need?
No, she's. Watch, we'll have them say that again. I think she's
I'm Polish myself, people.
She's making a smart move there, though. She's not saying any of those things because she knows how dopey she'd be. Hot Girls for Zoran just stand there as the endorsement.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful. There we go. That's the way to do it. All right, so this guy... And it plays into the side question today. We had another great one, which we'll do at some point maybe this week. But I just thought, given that the socialist, I'm not sure that he's a favorite. So just think of how bad they are in New York. This is like Philadelphia, voting for Democrats. Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee. You have the corrupt mayor, Eric Adams. So what? He's just corrupt. You have Cuomo with baggage that exceeds almost anybody ever. And then you have a socialist. It looks like the socialist could win the primary. So the side question, coming off that, and today is the day that Napoleon...
You want to hear from Emily or no?
Oh, yeah. Let's hear from her. Yes. Here we
It
go.
is Emily Ratajkowski, and
Zoran Mamdani.
It's election day today. You need to get to the polls. They're open till 9 p.m. What else do they need to know?
Go to zoranfornyc.com/vote. You can find out where your poll site is. Text your friends and family because we need everybody to come out. And make sure you're drinking water because it's a very hot day.
This election is going to be decided by young voters. The average New Yorker is 38 years old. The last mayoral race was decided by 7,000 voters. That means that your vote really matters. Go ahead, get out there. We know it's hot, but the time is now.
Let's do it.
All right. So, their voice sounded pretty authoritative there. So a socialist in New York, could that happen? Today's side question is the day that Napoleon invaded Russia. All-time bad idea. I'll give you mine in a little bit, but just be thinking about yours. What is the all-time bad idea? Here's the point. Why does socialism keep coming back again and again and again and again? Well, it keeps on coming back because people don't want to admit what the downside is. So say we took this Google data that says the average American would be worth $471,000 by their calculation, taking away liabilities. Everybody gets $471,000. What would happen after that, though? What would this society be like? Why does it always fail? Well, it always fails because it's against human nature. Because people don't want to achieve then. They're not going to do overtime. They're not going to study hard. If everybody's going to be guaranteed essentially the same, why go all out? And that's what makes a society, particularly America, work. So why would they do this in New York? Well, they might do it because it's novel. Wow. Did you know that? We could all get the same. We could everything for everybody. It's all for the people. It will cure everything. There will be no fat cats. I saw Matt Rooney today predict New Jersey might gain 1% in population of people fleeing New York. No, wait a minute. We don't want them coming here. I'll take that back about the socialists. We got enough New Yorkers here. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Here is President Trump this morning I'm not sure if this is the one with the profanity or not. Let's see. President Trump did a profanity talking about
Do you want
Israel.
that one? I can pull
Yeah,
that.
yeah, if you have that
Yep,
one.
We're good to go.
Yeah, I want to play that and then make a point that rarely do I say this. There are times when a profanity ought to be mainstreamed. It's appropriate. You shouldn't overdo it. Like Saving Private Ryan. ABC had Saving Private Ryan on, and they had a lot of the cursing that went on the beach. I didn't think it was gratuitous at all. I think it was entirely appropriate. You can imagine what that was like storming the beach of Normandy. But then there are situations where people just curse. Deadwood was the all-time, it was a great show. I mean, you can only say you can't say it 5 times every 4 seconds. It does become a little bit deadening. Here's Trump, though, talking about Iran and Israel and the ceasefire.
Violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
All right, yeah, and that gaggle, I think that was acceptable there. Now, of course, the other side, how crass. Usually this stuff is picked up on a hot mic. You don't have a major politician, a president, using that in that manner. And it's got to be appropriate. It's got to be with meaning. Otherwise, you come back to the whole thing. Is it appropriate to just, willy-nilly be going around doing that? No, it's not. But I thought it was in this instance. All right, side question today. Napoleon invades Russia today. Great move. I mean, it was bad enough, the Germans' technology and all that. But what chance you have invading Russia? Well, it's warm out. We'll be out of there. Okay. We'll be out of there before the winter. Oh, no, you're not. The winter seems like it starts at July 4th, and so they have the rainy season. So hit us with that all-time worst idea. And we have a socialist that might win in New York. Why does socialism rear its ugly head constantly, particularly among people, say, under 30? Well, they're hearing it in schools. They don't call it socialism. They call it fairness. And it seems on paper, if everybody listening right now, so Henry, you have $471,000. What are you doing at this moment? Probably you'll be shot if you say go through that door. You cannot be AWOL at that point.
No, I definitely still need the job for sure. I don't know. I guess I'd invest most of it.
Okay. Wow, that's brilliant. Okay. Yeah. Dan, what are you doing with the Borowski? Well, you got Maisie. She's going to tell you what to do.
Yeah, put it in the bank. Maybe paying off some student loans would be nice,
Okay.
I don't know, maybe grab a different house and turn this one into a rental property.
Very well. Wait a minute.
Invest some money.
Wait a minute.
Maybe get a nice little.
You got this because of socialism. You're not buying another house.
Oh, that's right. You're
and
right.
making the poor people have to rent this one.
That's so
How
true.
can you do that? You can't do that
How
anymore.
can I ever do that, Dom? Yeah,
You can't do that.
Yeah. So I don't know when I do that. I guess it's just all for my enjoyment then, right?
That's right. You're going to land up in a gutter.
A lot
Exactly.
of New England clan chowder coming my way, it seems. Yeah.
All right. A lot of gravy coming
Maybe
my way.
finally buying that 1999 Mazda RX-7 I've always wanted so bad.
I don't think the people can have a fancy car. See, there's
I
going to
don't
be
think that's too
restrictions
fancy, though. That's the thing.
on this with the socialism here. All right, so I'm going to take off the board, obviously. Worst idea ever. Socialism, even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to win with that. You're not going to win with New Coke.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think a little bit outside the box today. So Napoleon, bad decision. And New Yorkers look like they could elect, even Philadelphia. I don't think Helen Gibbs is socialist. She's just obnoxious. But this guy's a real deal. They actually asked him, Stephen Colbert, well, does Israel have a right to exist? And the guy didn't say, of course, Stephen, it does. He went off for like 2 minutes explaining why it's clear he doesn't think Israel has a right to He's in New York. How could he win there with that? Well, he's a socialist. It's a new thing. All right, Henry, how about yours? What do you have?
Yeah, well, another obvious one I got to take off the board here first is how about filling up an 804-foot long balloon, motorized balloon with hydrogen, and then being surprised when the thing explodes. Of course, I'm talking about the Hindenburg disaster.
Yeah, the humanity. Yep.
Another all-time bad idea. Just happened. It was the 13th anniversary of this trade just this past few days. On the 22nd of June, 2012, the Philadelphia Flyers traded Sergei Bobrovsky to the Blue Jackets for a 2012 second-round pick, which became Anthony Stolarz, a 2012 fourth-round pick, which became Taylor Lear, and a 2013 fourth-round pick, which we used to reacquire Simone Gagne. All of which those players didn't really pan out, but the goalie we did trade away, Sergei Bobrovsky, just won his second straight Stanley Cup. He's won the Vezina Award twice, which is the best goalie in the NHL for that season, and he's a two-time All-Star. Seems like we traded away a Hall of Famer for Bupkis. So,
all right, Dan?
Bad idea.
A couple local ones, Dom. How about we first start with, it's starting to happen in Fishtown, Port Richmond a lot, and it's happened in Jersey already, and I bring this up when we talk about all-time bad ideas, but Dom, first I'm going to take off traffic circles. All-time bad idea. Nobody knows how to navigate them. I do, but it feels like I always almost get hit when someone tries to merge into the wrong lane. And I'll take two related around the rivers, Dom. How about first we say all-time bad idea, hopping into the Delaware River for a nice swim.
Oh,
I've seen that before out in Portrait. Off the graffiti pier, people swimming and such.
Right.
Yeah, I would never do that. And another river, Schuylkill River. How about the all-time bad idea of the Schuylkill Expressway?
Yes, that's true. Well,
who thought that would be smart to do? Yeah, in Arlen with this idea.
He's going to put a double-decker
Fantastic
over.
idea.
Great idea. Well, Dom, why are you mocking that? You seem to be laughing.
Well, look across the river. You're right under 30th Street Station. You got the little double-decker highway going. Why not? Or you
said it.
And I was driving up to King of Prussia the other day. You look to the left. There's a train line. I mean, you follow the train line, do one way in one direction, one in the other direction, and have lanes going opposite. You could mitigate the disaster that is the Schuylkill Highway if you really wanted to.
Well, I got Judge Bork to call in just to deep six him and explain what he did on the night before the primary. So, 855-839-1210. You can get in with that. What is it? Let's go through.
Ooh.
Is it just lack of any kind of knowledge of what happens when you have socialism? But you can look it up. Google Common Data says they have the number of people in America, they have our wealth, they have our liabilities, and they say each person, if divvied up equally, would get over $471,000. You tell people that on the street today, and that's a win. That's why socialism works. They tell people everything's going to be equal. They even compute it, if you capped it at $1 billion, how much would people get? Not nearly as much as that, but still be hundreds of thousands of dollars. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. At 12:30, we're going to talk with the RNC. And the leading candidate for Republicans, Stacey Garrity for governor, I think is going to happen. She's here at 2 o'clock today, the state treasurer. But your calls at 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
President, vice president, whatever it is. All they have to do in one of their planks of their platform is say, and I will do whatever I have to do in my power to get the tolls taken down. They will win.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsey Drive in Glassboro. You know, I've wanted them to be sponsors for years, and I'm so excited and grateful to the owners, April, Wayne, and Wendy. They are a fantastic store, and all you need by way of product and expertise under one roof. This year, Bob's Little Sports Shop marks an incredible milestone celebrating 60 years in business. Join their staff now through Saturday the 28th. This is the week to check Bob's specials throughout the store. Bob's will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in to check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years in business being celebrated all through June, and with a special week of sales from now through Saturday. Military discounts too. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and go see them. 316 Delsea Drive North in Glassboro. Open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store and they'll be your store too. This ad sponsored by bobslittlesportshop.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is time. All-time worst idea. You have the situation with Napoleon invading Russia today, and give us our mind towards seeing the mayor might be a socialist. I mean, a real socialist. Not just somebody we say is a socialist, in New York. Doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist. Yes, that's a stunning. All right, have they lost their mind in New York? He might be the favorite. So what makes socialism so appealing? I gave you some of the thoughts I had, but hit us with that all-time worst idea. Meanwhile, President Trump with NATO today, where we're looking at NATO talking about assuming more of the burden for the common defense, and Spain apparently thinks they're not going to do that. So we'll see what they do with them. Look, NATO is an idea whose time has worked because it blunts the main part in the world where the war really provokes world wars, Europe. It has worked. And I don't think it's outside America first to say that we should continue to do it. But Trump's point about who pays what has resonated here, and it looks today like they're going to make firmer commitments to pay more for their own defense since they're right in the line of Putin, et cetera. And that makes a lot of sense. The Supreme Court is allowing deportations to the third country now. 6-3 decision. And that's a big win for the Trump program around this. And that's happening. So all in all, even with the ceasefire a little bit jumbled here, realize how many years we've seen this with Iran and with Israel, and Trump making the point, I think he particularly put the pressure on Israel, that we're back with a ceasefire. If this holds, and that's a big if, given these two countries, given what's going on here, and given what the Iranians are about, given they say you don't have a right to exist, and that is Nobel Peace Prize territory, to me, without a doubt. It should definitely be considered. And this seems to have given more energy now to the big, beautiful bill moving forward. We'll see. Now they seem to be saying they'll have it done in the Senate by July 4th. What we really wanted was to have it done by the end of this week, and then the House and the Senate get together and they go forward with it, and we have it sitting on the president's desk by July 4th. And Trump said no vacations today. He went through this, nor should they until the big, beautiful bill is passed. You're going to have to stay in sweltering Washington, duke it out, and pass this. And even in Pennsylvania, a bunch of Philadelphia representatives who are Democrats and the House Freedom Caucus leader, they've gotten together to have a no tax on overtime bill statewide. I'm always on board when we have a no tax thing, when we're removing taxes, particularly from overtime, which should stimulate people to do that. Why would we not pass that? Well, we'll see. We'll see what the Senate says. It appears to me we are seeing it in the House. It'll have enough support. We may have it here in Pennsylvania, no tax on overtime. Will Democrats go for no tax on tips? That's a bit unclear at this point. So we're starting to see a little bit of the energy moving away from from Iran, Israel, with the ceasefire of sorts. But we still need resolution there. And how are people seeing this? Well, the way they're seeing it is that overall that Trump handled himself very well here. Now here, this is Cut 9, Henry. Here's Ro Khanna, Democrat, who is sort of at least trying to reach across the aisle on paper at times. Here's what he says about what's happened here now. And it doesn't square up. MAGA supports Trump and what he's done to this point, despite Tucker Carlson. Here's Ro Khanna's take on it, though.
Say something about the fact that there is a bipartisan opposition already. The night of the strikes, the night of the president's address. There isn't bipartisan opposition to much of anything in Washington, certainly not to tariff policy, which as a former Republican, I know every last one of them is largely opposed to. What does it mean and how significant is it that there is bipartisan opposition tonight?
This is the first true crack in the MAGA base. I would say a third of Donald Trump supporters are not just opposed, they are vociferously opposed to this kind of war. Donald Trump won the presidency when in 2016 saying to Jeb Bush that you're not willing to criticize your own brother about the disaster in Iraq. I am. And a lot of Republicans, people who voted for Trump, voted for him saying that he was going to end these endless wars. He was going to reject this globalization and put America first. Tucker Carlson said this marks the end of Donald Trump's presidency. Now, that's hyperbole, but that's Tucker Carlson. Bannon said it's a huge betrayal. I was just on Theo Von. Trump was on Theo Von during the election, and J.D. Vance was. Theo Von said that there was not a single person he knew who wanted this war in Iran. This is the first real crack in Donald Trump's political base and MAGA base.
Well, no, it's not. The polling, my gut instinct, the callers, and what I can see here on the Dom Show say no. And it's a sign of the apocalypse when Theo Von is the place where we're going to figure out opinion on anything serious or unserious. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming up, we're going to talk with Danielle Alvarez, one of the chief people at the RNC, about what's the game plan in New Jersey. What's the game plan going forward, given what's the big, beautiful bill? Apparently, they're planning a big victory tour That's already underway, and I think they're going to be coming to the Philadelphia area. I hope to get Secretary Bessent here on when that happens. If the Senate will just do their job, we'll have that bill by July 4th. All right, so Danielle Alvarez is next on Talk Radio 1210.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
President Trump says Israel and Iran both violated their ceasefire and that Israel will stop its attacks. Today is forecasted to bring record-setting temperatures in Philly with feels-like temps going over 100 degrees. And the city will help pay for certifications for teachers at trade schools.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
The extreme heat warning remains in effect through Wednesday. Record-breaking temperatures once again today. Plenty of sunshine, very humid with a high 99 but feeling more like 105. For tonight, mostly clear, very warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot and humid day on Wednesday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 97.
Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Thin Ice. Oh yeah! With a fun mix of tropical fruit flavor in every bite, it's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait to try Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be cool, eat at Rita's.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. Daniel Alvarez, RNC's senior advisor with us. What's the game plan in Jersey? What's the status of the big, beautiful bill? I mean, July 4th is just coming down the road. That's when it's supposed to be on the president's desk. Is that unrealistic? President Trump saying today the Republicans must lock themselves in a room and pass the big, beautiful bill. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. You're not getting out. All right, let's go to Danielle here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Danielle, welcome to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
It's so great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So, Danielle, give us some ideas on what we're looking to be the grand plan vis-a-vis the RNC's help in Jersey.
Well, first of all, New Jersey just had its primary and elected a great Republican candidate in Jack Ciattarelli. Our purpose, which was given to us by President Trump during his historic campaign and his historic win, is to protect the vote. And so we are really making sure that in New Jersey, we are protecting that vote, that every ballot cast. And the really interesting thing about midterm elections and off-year elections is I always like to remind people it's going to be a turnout game. And that turnout game, Republicans are more motivated to turn out. Independents, soft Republicans are more motivated to turn out with the wins that are occurring by Republicans and by President Donald J. Trump across the country. And Jack Ciattarelli is going to support the president and going to work with Republicans to lower costs and bring business back to New Jersey. So I am really excited for what we're going to see. It's going to be a hard-fought race, that's for sure, but Jack Ciattarelli is the guy to do it.
So, Danielle, this will be as far as protecting the vote, what we saw during the presidential campaign.
That's exactly the goal. We want to make sure that we protect the ballot. The RNC has been working year-round, and it's exactly why President Trump chose RNC Chairman Michael Whatley to sit at the helm here, because he knew that Michael Whatley could protect the vote, could make sure to engage and pass good laws across the country that would help protect the vote. Make sure that when good laws are passed, because this is actually a huge problem that most people don't know about, when good laws are passed, that they are enforced, and that takes an army of attorneys, which the RNC has. And again, make sure that we have volunteers and boots on the ground to make sure that we have bodies as votes are being cast and counted. So I encourage every one of your listeners to go to GOP.com, and you'll find the appropriate links to get involved.
The big, beautiful bill. Now, am I wrong? The Senate's saying, well, they'll have it done by July 4th. Our goal, really, is to have it on the president's desk by July 4th. What's the difficulty, if any, Danielle? What could you tell us is being debated, at least right now?
My understanding is that the Senate will have to pass the bill and it'll have to go back to the House because the Senate is making some changes. I'm always encouraged that members of the House and members of the Senate are fighting at the margins or making sure to work on every inch to make this bill better. But ultimately, as I understand it, the Senate and the House are in constant communication right now so that once it passes the Senate, it can quickly pass the House and make it to the president's resolute desk to be signed in time to celebrate the country and the American people for the 4th of July. My understanding this morning, we all saw the president gaggle outside of Marine One, and shortly after that, he posted on social media, he said, all right, let's go pivot back to the home front. Let's go pivot to passing this big, beautiful bill. His expectation is July 4th, and Republicans have to meet it.
Well, I'm in agreement with that, or they don't get to go on vacation. No barbecues for you. You're going to be in there in Washington. So, Danielle, the other item, of course, and they're going to be a bit of a bump in the road here back and forth, given everything, the ceasefire, but holding as far as we see it at this point. What's next? The president tweeting out he wants Iran to be prosperous, just like he wants Israel to be prosperous.
Peace. Peace is what comes next, and I am so thankful that President Trump is the commander-in-chief and is leading our nation, because no other president could have accomplished what was just accomplished, taking out Iran's nuclear capabilities. God bless those pilots and every military member who participated in that strike. The world is a safer place. But as President Trump has always said, and I was alongside him and worked for him throughout the entire campaign trail, it is peace through strength. But that first word there is peace. We saw him discuss, again, in that gaggle outside of Marine One as he headed to the NATO summit. He said, Israel, you have to honor the ceasefire. Iran, you must honor the ceasefire. And let me tell you, there is no nation on the face of this earth that didn't see what the might of the U.S. military accomplished and didn't think, oh, boy, America is back. And thank God for President Trump.
Where do we go, Danielle, again, particularly for our listeners with New Jersey, but overall with the RNC? Where do people go?
Well, we go 100 miles an hour because we know that your listeners are conservative and Republican supporters. And so we go 100 miles an hour forward alongside President Trump. We were granted the victories in November with these huge mandates, winning the House, winning the Senate, winning the popular vote. And so we need to honor what the American people gave us. We need to make sure that we govern well. Good governance is how we will win heading into New Jersey's November elections, again with Jack Ciattarelli. I encourage everyone to get involved there. And then I encourage everyone to get involved with the GOP. And again, you can do that at GOP.com. We are fighting alongside President Trump and alongside great Republicans across the country to make America great.
Thank you, Danielle, very much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Danielle Alvarez, RNC Senior Advisor. All right, protect the vote over in New Jersey. I was going to say get Linda Kearns over there 2-3 days a week, and she can do 4 in Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. You know, one thing coming out of this, the CNNs, MSNBCs of the world, to her point about the pilots, about the people who operated the mission, 37-hour flight, you would think you would tread very carefully to start to try to diminish the damage that happened, particularly to the main spot that was 300 feet below the ground. I'm not saying you have to shave your legs, put on the pom-poms, the whole thing, the skirt, the pom-poms and all, but tread very carefully, given what this took, given how people are celebrating this. Of course, the Iranians are driven to continue to do this. I acknowledge that. I don't see them just giving up, but this is going to wound them going forward. And that's what, if we have to keep on doing that every X number of years and we get better technology to break up whatever they're doing, that's what we're going to do. That's our will. So I'm not saying it's completely over. We don't know about some of the enriched uranium, where it might be, but it's a good bet. It's a very good bet that they have been severely, severely damaged by this and chilled by this to see those bunker busters, and that the leadership knows they could be next. And when they, I have a cut here of somebody saying that, you remember, Henry, who is it that said, well, you don't forget how to,
John Kerry.
Oh, yeah. All right. YouTube. Well, no, it's not on YouTube, but it's enough of a spectacle. Listen to what John Kerry says, Lurch, about this. And then my counter toward it, that the Israelis would say, he's there again, another loser moment with John Kerry, always telling us what we didn't do, what we can't do. Let's look at what we did. And by the way, I just saw a little replay here. Why did I forget not to lead with this? What the heck am I? The Dean of Decency squaring off with Pam Bondi. We'll get to that maybe 1 o'clock. It's worthy of right at the top of the show. Amazing yesterday. This woman is the epitome, though. The problem is not just Dean and Scanlon and Houlihan. It's you people in the suburbs that vote for them. You're the problem. You sanctimonious hypocrites. These hectoring women pretending that they're just engaging in civility, when really they're engaging in shamelessness and stupidity. But here's John Kerry breaking down his thoughts on the damage that we did.
I do think people have to be realistic here in understanding what the choices are. Iran is a proud, proud, proud nation. One of the things I learned in my negotiations was the level of pride was just enormous. They also have been committed to the destruction of Israel. That's a cultural, almost religious component of their policy. And so it's very hard to say what exactly is going to bring them back to the table. But I know this. You cannot bomb away the memory of how to make a bomb. You can't bomb away the knowledge that they have developed. You can't bomb away the broad array of technicians who've been working on this for years, who will go back to work if that's the mission they're given by the leadership of the country. And one of the dangers here is that the more this goes on in a military way, the more power goes to the worst offenders within Iran, the IRGC. And that's not good for anybody.
Well, all right. So his point here is, well, you may have blown up this facility, but these guys know what they're doing. And you know what the Israeli response to this is, and I support it 100%. I don't care what Tucker Carlson thinks. I don't care what any religious group thinks. I think they're wrong. The Israelis are taking out their nuclear scientists. You saw it this time. Remember the guy in his apartment? Bam. Downtown Tehran, guy driving a fancy car, they're nuclear scientists. They put plastique on the side of his car and blew him up. So, John Kerry, they're going to take out these people. They're going to send a message. You don't want to be the guy that's going to put together, if you will, the nuke. You're going to be dead. And I condone that. The world is a better place. You want to be the guy that's going to give these madmen this ability, then you better be very careful, because they're going to target you and they're going to take you out. And I believe that's a moral decision. 855-839-1210. So coming up, we'll get some of your calls. All-time worst decision. And in addition to that, 1 o'clock, Pam Bondi squaring off with the Dean of Decency and reminding the Dean of Decency, why did you shill and tell us that Joe Biden was fine? It was quite a back and forth yesterday. We'll get to all of it here on Talk Radio 1210.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio. Hey, Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is downtime. All-time worst decisions, and coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, Pam Bondi squares off with the Dean of Decency. In the beginning, they talk about at least Dean does. But then they get into this whole back and forth with Bondi, and just typical, this woman immediately starts screaming, "I reclaim my time." The broader point, it's not just about these three women. It's about what the heck is wrong with the Philadelphia suburbs. And remember the case I always make. The Philadelphia suburbs, the Philadelphia area determines many times who wins Pennsylvania. Who wins Pennsylvania determines the presidency. Take a look at the midterms coming up. I just thought about this morning. Brian Fitzpatrick is going to have some degree of opposition. He's had a close race or two. He's 99%, I think, or so going to win. But the other three races, we don't even see any visibility of anybody that seemingly has a chance against them. How? Look at these three. Look at Dean. What is wrong with people in Montgomery County? And we talked about this yesterday. I told you Guy Shiraki making the point they're more progressive. My point, they move from Philadelphia. They take the same stupid values and wreck the suburbs. But they want to be Dan often talks about any sign of virtue signaling. And this Dean woman is the leader, just crawls with this. She is obnoxious beyond belief, screaming about civility as she refuses to exhibit any. All right, let's get a couple callers, though, first. Let's go to John in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. One of the worst ideas has got to be Bud Light hiring Bill Mulvaney as a spokesperson.
In the commercial world, yes. We haven't checked recently to see how Bud is doing, but, boy, you talk about taking the golden goose and sinking it. I think it's still pretty much sunk. Yeah.
It's still sunk. I work with a lot of roofers, and you know roofers, they drink a lot, and if you put a Bud Light in front of them, they would not drink it.
Oh, man, I got to test you on that, John. All right, thank you. Dan, get some roofers down at Mulligan's.
Especially with this weather, are you kidding me? 110 real feel?
All right, Johnny.
Put a beer in front of them, they're not going to drink it.
You're the expert witness. Get a roofer in there in the bar. Put a Bud Light in front of him. Let's see what happens. He's been out there doing the roof and this type of thing.
Yeah. I think
that's a little bit of an overstatement, but Dan, I know you're on the side to think, all right, we've beaten this dead horse. People don't get tired of it because it still has play that I think more advertisers have learned from this. You're not seeing as something as egregious. And we know what happened. It was a 27-year-old woman. It's always, we're going to extend our brand. No, you're not. Not by doing that, you're not going to. You have to inch to extend your brand. You can't fly in the face of it.
So everything's, movement in one way or another. And right now we're seeing a movement away from people like Dylan Mulvaney being spokespersons because of the response that we saw. But if things do move back to the left post-Trump, do you see a world where this all comes back, or did we get ourselves out of the weeds and we'll forever be out of the weeds?
I would say, to the first thing you said, you never know. It can crawl back. It's incremental. Would it be something that extreme? Have people learned the lesson of that? I think by and large they have. But, Dan, it all depends on who they put in charge. This is a 27-year-old woman who just wanted to shake things up. just to shake them up. They were the number one brand. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
I don't understand who put her. It's not Dylan Mulvaney. It's her to have the power to do that.
Yeah. And do we know what happened to her? Has she landed anywhere?
You know what? That'd be a great thing to get her
that.
on and see where it goes. But to your point, Costco. People still love Costco, and Costco is in your face with DEI and everything else. All right, Jesse in Drexel Hill, Talk Radio 1210. Go ahead. Well,
Hey,
hold on.
Dom,
One
how
second.
are you?
Just
Go, Jesse. You're fine.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. In 1949, Dr. Antonio Muniz in Portugal was awarded a Nobel Prize for Medicine for developing a procedure called a prefrontal lobotomy that was designed to alleviate mental problems, superaggression, and all, where 2 holes would be drilled in front of the skull. An instrument would be inserted, separating the frontal lobe of the brain, which controls emotions and aggression, from the rest of the brain. These procedures did do that, but it turned the patients into walking vegetables. And in 1967, the last one was performed in the United States. Then it was called an intraocular lobotomy, where a device or a thing that looked like a ice pick was developed. They call them ice pick lobotomies. The ice pick would be inserted into the eye socket, pushed back, where it would make contact with the thinner bone plate of the skull and perform the separation there. Unfortunately, the last patient that had one of them in the United States died of a brain hemorrhage. One thing this proved is you cannot cure mental problems or psychological problems with surgery.
Exactly.
The cure is worse, maybe worse than the.
Oh, definitely. That's a good one. Kennedys had that in their family and did something similar to that.
What I was going to say is, while you're on the topic of beer and the
Yes.
roofers, you should probably take Pat's idea, which is probably an all-time bad idea, too.
All right, Pat's next on Talk Radio 1210. What's yours, Pat? All-time bad idea.
Good to talk to you, Don. It'll be taking bottle caps off of glass bottles with your teeth.
Did you do that, Pat? And how many teeth do you have left?
What the heck?
I never did it, but I remember a beer commercial had that as their advertisement.
Oh, my God.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Anything that's on TikTok, I'd have to put as all-time bad decision that people are going to engage in.
You wouldn't guess where Alyssa Heinerschied has landed.
Where has she landed?
She works for Odyssey.
No, she doesn't.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, let's nix that.
I think Dom got very...
Whoa!
He's like, hold on. No.
Yes.
Live golf.
Oh, you know what? That allows me. You know what? It's fitting. Anybody that plays these creeps, Phil Mickelson and every one of them. You see what they draw? The Saudis, killers, etc. That's what they draw.
Yep, team business operations role since September. She's been over there.
Oh, God. Can you say, hey, what's Dylan Mulvaney doing? Maybe we ought to have her pose naked on the 18th green. That'll set them off. You see the corny stuff they're doing? They play rock music. Oh, that makes golf cool and all.
So, New York Post actually did a story on this. That's where I'm getting this from.
Yeah.
And they said, when reached by the Post, Liv's chief communications officer declined to comment on the league's decision to hire Heinerschied, but a former Anheuser-Busch executive says likely Liv swooped in to snatch her up on the cheap. Quote, my guess is that Liv was probably able to get somebody relatively inexpensively to come join them and take some of their experience working at the biggest beer company, Anson Fredericks, a former colleague, said. So I guess she landed on her feet to a degree.
Can
right?
you imagine on the resume?
Yeah.
I did. That's what you put down. Yeah.
They go on. The Anheuser person says, Liv is already inherently controversial, and that probably makes it difficult in some cases to recruit top talent. So now she gets an opportunity to redeem herself, and Liv gets the opportunity to have somebody who has experience managing million-dollar brands.
God, I hate them. I mean, just what they've done. Really,
it's a win-win for everyone, Dom.
No, one of my hatreds is the hatred I have for what they've done to sports and some of them. Not just Liv. I'm talking about pro sports in general, all the nonsense that goes on. Oh, that's brilliant work. Dan, take the rest of the day off. Well, not really. But she lands at Liv
Don't
with
tease you with
the
that, though.
killer Saudis playing golf. I got to watch it more. I think it's on Channel 17 at 3 o'clock in the morning in the Philadelphia area. I'm serious.
See if you see her in the background.
Yeah, that's where they have it, and all kinds of goofy stuff that they do. They're a laughing stock. So I hope every one of them that went over there fails, John Rahm and all the others. 855-839-1210. She ends up there. How fitting. Oh, Laurie of Ringo's coming up. That's always a good time. Must be the summer. Coming up, though, this exchange, Dean and Bondi. Pam Bondi, way to go. It's broader than Dean, though, and just getting enraged, what she was trying to go after Bondi about. It's about who votes for these people. What happened to the Republican Party in the suburbs? Why is this the style? Guy Shiraki's right. It's progressive, screaming at you civility, as they're just banshees coming after you. And Dean is a dumb one on top of it. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? No,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-291-3143. 800-291-3143.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL WPHL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. You know, I can remember the moment that we deemed her, it just fit so beautifully, the Dean of Decency. Doesn't that fit the decency? If you're a new listener, Madeline Dean, out there in the suburbs, came on once. She may or may not have, I don't think she hung up, but it was quite a dispute over fixing potholes when she was a state representative who was starting to run for Congress. The husband and Madeline made their fortune peddling bicycles, says the Philadelphia Inquirer, under circumstances that may not be too kosher in China. Yeah. And yet, this sanctimonious woman can lecture and harangue on everything.
Decency.
Yeah, and the decency came when she was running because Trump had won. I think she was right after that, the election after that. Guy comes in the rain. Why he didn't have an umbrella, she never told us. She told this story constantly. And he shows up and says, I walked here in a rainstorm, Representative, to tell you one thing. Go to Washington and restore decency. Because of Trump. He's the indecent one. Trump didn't make his money, lady, off potential very difficult labor in China, did he? No, I don't think so. All right, here's the short version of the exchange yesterday, though, with Pam Bondi. They started out talking about January 6th, and I'll play that. But then they got into this back and forth, and Dean did not like it. It was outrageous. That Bondi says, don't lecture me, honey. Well, I wish he had said that. You're the one that told America that Joe Biden was fine. Here's how it sounded.
You want to talk about incompetence? You're the one that said Joe Biden on PBS was competent. You had to retract those words.
Mr.
Don't
Chairman,
talk to me. Don't insult me publicly.
this is so discourteous. This is so outside the committee's guidelines. Taking a personal shot at me while swiping at
Joe Biden. Yeah. The tone right there, that captures the essence of these three women. Constantly with this stuff. But I think it's a deeper problem. That's just the symptom. They're the face. Dan, I don't know if you remember. I mean, you may have the phone up. She did something in Bluebell. You remember that cut? If we have that in our, you remember that she was talking, they were screaming for her in Bluebell about Trump, indivisible, the town hall or something. We played it endlessly. That was another example of this. It may come up. I seem to remember Bluebell is where it was being held.
Yeah, I have it. What was she talking about, though? Wasn't it something about her son, or?
It may have been. It was
yeah,
about
I need a
Trump,
little bit
too.
more, because I have the transcript here. I can.
Okay.
Was the tattoo thing?
No, it was about this.
No, she was saying that her son has tattoos. One of them's a crown. He might be disappeared. I have a tattoo.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Let's hear a little bit of this. Madeline Dean, her tattoos, and the son's tattoos.
in his own history, in his own life, and wrote that beautiful poem, reminding us, any one of us could be disappeared. My son has a lot of tattoos. One of them's a crown. He might be disappeared. I have a tattoo. My husband thinks we should write an article. My son and I might both be disappeared. You just don't know who might decide to judge you with extraordinary powers and disappear you.
Can you imagine these dopes in Montgomery County? And she's talking about the Maryland Father of the Year, and we just disappeared him. It could happen to you out there in Montgomery County. It's the story. It's a story of our area, of the change in the suburbs. And rapidly, Chester County is going that way. Bucks County's the last bastion. And I saw it when we had Fred Herron down in Mulligan's, gives me hope, and the DA out there. Why Bucks County? Well, it seems like Bucks County, maybe more than the others, has vast regions that are more red. Now, why are they red? That's a good question, but it has sizable parts of Bucks County that are red. Yeah, you got Doylestown, you got all that. it doesn't seem to be counterbalanced in Delaware County and Montgomery County, certainly, by the people they elect. It's amazing. But she is the face of this hectoring, lecturing, civility, screaming, I retain my time. She's done it again and again and again. Mary Gay Scanlon, the same thing. The Houlihan is ratcheting up toward this out there in Chester County. And again, they are popular, at least in the sense that they seem reelectable. If I had to predict, I don't see the challengers to Dean and Scanlon and Houlihan. It's a changing world, and this style of being, I don't even think, I differ with Guy Shiraki a little bit, that these people in the suburbs think it's measured. That's measured? They're saying extremist things. Maybe alongside Omar and Tlaib or something, it sounds that way. But listen to what she just said there about being tattoos and the Maryland man, and they're going to be disappeared. Is that what the people in the suburbs think? All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Here's a little bit more as it heated up with Pam Bondi. Here's the beginning. She went back to her go-to. She went back to J6, and then it got more heated. But Bondi, that's the end part, really. Hit her with, you're the one that stood up for Joe Biden, that Joe Biden was, that hit too close to home. And immediately, that's when she starts with reclaiming her time and the chairman. You can't stand on your own 2 feet. But why does this reverberate in the suburbs? Is it women that like this? Do the guys in the suburbs like women like this style that to me is passive-aggressive, extreme? All right, here's how it started.
Sincere. You want to protect law enforcement, but your principal, the president, pardoned every single one on January 6th. It rings hollow when you say these words, that if you spit on a police officer, we're going to go after you. Talk to my friends who are Capitol Police officers who were here, 5 of whom are no longer here. They are dead. And this administration, and I guess I want to ask you, did you have any advice for the president when he came forward with the blanket pardon on January 20th? What advice did you offer the president?
I am never going to talk about conversations, advice in any way.
Were you asked
I'm
for
never
advice?
going to talk about discussions I've had or
Because
have not had.
you'll
If
remember-
I can answer with the President of the United
Yes or no?
States.
Did you give him any advice, yes or no?
I am not going to discuss any conversations
That's a
that
no.
I have had with it.
And
You just put
your
words in
own
my
word,
mouth. I
but-
am not going to
No, I'm
discuss.
going to reveal your own words.
I am
Just
not
a moment.
going to
Please stop.
discuss
Please stop. This
conversations
is my
that I've
time.
had with the President of the United States.
Attorney
You asked me a
General,
question.
I would like to reclaim
And
the
you
last
asked
20
me to
seconds.
answer.
There we go.
I have asked to
There we go.
reclaim my
She wants to
time. Please put
reclaim.
20
No, you're not
seconds
getting it
back
back. You can't have it back.
30.
30.
If the general.
She answered and then answered it again and answered it again with a non-answer. I ask for your consideration of putting time on.
We get whistles and like a referee and
Yeah, that's right. This girl,
Like,
the journal
She
later.
answered it by saying no. Okay.
flag.
The 3 hallmarks of this administration are incompetence, corruption, and cruelty. I'm going to focus today on corruption. And in my mind, there are 2 types of corruption: personal, and then the other I'm going to call public, governmental.
But what else is there?
Attorney General, have you ever been registered
She coined
as
the
an
term
agent
public,
of a
Dom.
foreign
Come on.
principal
Oh,
under the
my
Foreign
God.
Agents Registration
Brain
Act?
surgery.
I assume you're talking about when I represented the country of Qatar for a very short time.
Qatar.
Hold on.
Whoa,
No,
whoa,
hold on.
Qatar.
No.
Qatar.
What is she
For
talking about?
anti-human trafficking for the World Cup. Anti-human trafficking
or
for the
no?
World Cup.
Attorney
you can't
General-
put words in my mouth.
No.
You want to talk about incompetence? You're the one that
Excuse
said Joe Biden on PBS was competent. You had to retract those words. So
Mr.
don't
Chairman,
talk to me. Don't insult me publicly.
this is so discourteous. This is
Discourteous.
so outside
Tisk,
the
tisk,
committee's
tisk,
guidelines.
tisk.
Taking a personal shot at me while swiping at Biden, very strange and very unprofessional of you.
And very
The answer is yes
unprofessional
or
of you.
no, and the answer is yes. You were registered as a lobbyist for Qatar. Is that correct? Yes.
Sounds like a
Never
vice
mind. Don't
principal
answer.
when you get detention.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want in the
disclose
suburbs.
that when
Okay,
you went
we got enough here. We're getting a little repetitive, but Guy, you're on to something here. I still don't think they're just insulated. They're in la-la land in the suburbs. They don't know all this is going on. And I guess there's a solid enough base, maybe of women, who like this, all this discourteous. You're tisk. You're right. It's the manners class, the etiquette, as they don't exhibit any of it. And it's not me. The Philadelphia Inquirer is where I got this great research from about the family fortune, the bicycles in China. Thank you, Joe DiStefano, when she ran the first time. They did a great job. And out there in the suburbs, they don't care. As long as you have your millions and you go tisk to any Republican, they love it. That seems to be what the mores are. At least Philadelphia, you understand, how extreme they are and all. We know that when it comes to this stuff. But yeah, Biden, he's fine. Just had lunch with Joe today. Pam Bondi's right. Who's a more accomplished woman here? Someone like Pam Bondi or Madeline Dean? But the three of them constantly have this, it's a style of lecturing us, virtue signaling.
I have PTSD from it, Dom.
Yeah.
It takes me back to sitting in 6th grade, and I wasn't, right. I've always been obnoxious like I currently am, and you can imagine teachers love that.
Right.
And I had a vice principal who had the same exact demeanor that she has, and it makes sense when you're a 13-year-old and having that condescending tone given towards you because, yeah, you kind of need it when you're acting like I was at 13, but when you're up there, you're Pam Bondi, and you're getting the same condescending tone that I got from a 6th grade vice principal, yeah, there's going to be fireworks, Dom.
Exactly. And again, it's about Dean. It's about Scanlon, who even when she was carjacked and they turned the world upside down, turned it the same kind of lecture. Houlihan. Hey, by the way, Houlihan was an executive. What's the company called? And One, I think. Again, with the deep ties to making their athletic apparel where? Oh, in China. Why would we be lectured to? Mary Gay Scanlon was a big-time attorney for a big-time corporate law firm, Democrat, really hooked up across the world. So why are these our social betters here? People like Dean and Scanlon and Houlihan. They're not. But somehow or another, at this point in history, they fit. How enough people in the suburbs, we don't see Republican contenders, they're radioactive. Bucks County is the only place where Trump won or has any chance of winning here. Why is that? Are a lot of these from New York? Did they all move from Philadelphia? Is it zombies that took over? The suburbs used to be at least mainstream Republican, moderate, or moderate Democrat. There was a guy, I almost said Borowski. There was a guy named Borski who was longtime representative from Bucks County. All right, Democrat.
It still is, isn't
No, he's on.
Oh, I thought, there's a Lisa now, isn't there? Yeah.
I meant congressperson. Yeah, the Bucks County is
Okay.
Brian.
Yeah,
Brian Fitzpatrick.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Lisa Borowski, the Pennsylvania state representative.
No. So, the Democrats were that way. Jim Green, not Greenleaf. Is it Jim Green? No, he's a virulent anti-Trumper now. The former congressman in Bucks, another one. Republican now. They all had that kind of feel about them. These people don't. They're not only vaguely progressive, but they're the worst kind. They're the kind, Dan's right, that takes you back to 6th grade lecturing. Is that appealing to males? Is it really appealing to women? Do they want to be like that with their husband or significant other? Are these women role models of this model of Democrat? They appear to be. That's what they are, at least in this area. And you had another one, Susan Wild, who McKenzie beat in Lehigh Valley. It's groundbreaking to see these members of Congress. And this Wood Bondi was Hall of Fame. All right, President Trump has arrived in the Netherlands for the NATO summit. I think the one meeting he's mainly going to be there about is talking about these NATO countries paying their fair share when it comes to money that's involved in common defense. That's what it's about. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T, Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The
from
Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most apartments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era?
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. See, the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, coming to your calls. Just reading a few emails there. Chris C., thanks, Chris. You're right, the tone of Madeline Dean, school marmish, in the worst sense. That's what Dan was getting at there, too. You know, we're not in 5th and 6th grade. School marmish. Houlihan has that. The Dean of Decency is the most extreme of this, though. The other thing is Tucker Carlson claiming today that the Murdoch family asked him to run against Trump for president. Oh, my God. O'Reilly yesterday did not seem to be as taken aback by Tucker Carlson in some of his approach in this as I am, and said, well, he just has a different view. Yeah, true. But I think it's extreme, to put it mildly. All right, Lori and Ringo's here on Talk Radio 1210. Lori, good to hear from you.
Happy summer from the Ringo's Institute of Research and Laundry.
Good stuff. Great stuff.
And I think if I didn't know better, I'd say Madeline Dean lived across the street from us, because people across the street, they started out with the hate has no home here signs. Yep. Then it was 2 rounds of Biden signs. A week and a half ago, they put up the There is no place for weapons of war on the streets of America.
Yep.
And we're like scratching our heads, okay, are they talking about calling the National Guard and the Marines out? Are they talking about the patriotic parade to celebrate the Army that's, probably the reason they're here and prospering in the United States through all the wars, that have allowed this country to survive and thrive? So I think that they must be related to Madeline Dean. It's a couple, and I think both of them are as heavily invested. I don't think it's just the woman. So
yeah, and Lori, the thing is, though, at least you're in Jersey. I know there are pockets where it's not quite like that. You remember this, right? Or maybe you don't. Maybe it goes back farther. The Philadelphia suburbs were vaguely moderate Republican, moderate Democrat, but Republican mainly.
Yes. Yeah, I grew up in Doylestown, so
okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
And and even over here, Hunterdon County has been. I think one of the first times I called you, I said, "Could we secede from New Jersey?" Because traditionally, Hunterdon County has been
Hunterdon, sure.
red.
Yeah.
It's and it's just changing the way the the planners have worked. There's just so much rental housing now going in this area. It's changing. And it's going to change. I mean, I accept that, but I just hope that people continue to maintain their sense of personal responsibility for things.
Exactly. So, Lori, what's your side today?
My side, and half the people probably won't like hearing this, Social Security, worst idea ever. Just quick history point. My grandfather was born in the 1880s. Okay. And he went through the Depression, and my mom told us the story just a few times, not pounding it into us, but it stuck with me, that when they started Social Security in 1935, he was like a custodian for schools, and then eventually he was a building maintenance guy for Bell Telephone. Run-of-the-mill guy. He did not want to contribute to Social Security. He said, I will take care of myself, in my retirement. And I think conceptually Social Security is great. The idea is great. People have come to depend on it. If you don't put something like that out there for people, they will find a way to make it work. And all we've done in creating this, because the big bad government has robbed it. Okay, all we've done in creating it now is it is a stone around our kids' necks. So in 4 generations, from my grandfather to my kids, the thing's going to go bad, for sure. And it's my son who has a job, like an internship this summer. He's like, yeah, I looked at my paycheck. He said, it just makes me sick, And they were talking about what my son and my husband, what the Social Security line item is. I'm like, FICA. It's called FICA, but that's Social Security, and that's one of the big ones.
Thank you, Lori. As always, great one. Well, I think the average age, when Roosevelt put that in, the average age of life expectancy for men were somewhere around 52 to 54. So, if you asked it, it wasn't going to burn it versus where it is now. All right, so we're looking Napoleon must have been unbelievably resilient, though. The guy fights the entire world, gets kicked out, gets exiled, comes back, he gets exiled. How many times did that go on? But he decided on this date in history to invade Russia. All-time worst idea. Take it off the board. Hit us at 855-839-1210. Coming up, I'll give you a little bit of an update on the Fitzgerald trial. Sergeant Fitzgerald brutally killed by Miles Pfeiffer. Can you imagine this guy, Miles Pfeiffer from Buckingham, the poor little boy who, for thrills, came to Temple, came to the inner city, and ended up brutally assassinating him. What kind of defense can you offer on that? Allegedly, he can get life imprisonment. If the death penalty were in play, he might get life imprisonment. My prediction is when it's all said and done, though, he won't. Could he get off? Anything's possible with a Philadelphia jury. Even though they're showing, apparently, a massive amount of tape with all the cameras that were in that area of exactly what little Miles Pfeiffer did and took away the dad. And I don't know how when they come to the stage where the family testifies if he is convicted. This is an all-American, a model family beyond belief, taking away the father. I don't know if the kids will testify or not, but how in the world is that not worthy of the death penalty? Let alone it might not be worthy of life imprisonment. I would predict probably not in Philadelphia. Well, that's compassion, Dom. You have no compassion. No, I don't have any compassion for Miles Pfeiffer. I have less for his mommy and daddy, who apparently enabled all this nonsense and came and picked him up. You know the story. And it seems like 100 years ago, we had the shooting and killing, and now finally the trial. Why? Why does it take so long? And of course, Krasner in the center of all of it. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Is that recent, Dan?
That was when you spoke with her, Marissa, and she told you that heart-wrenching story about how the kids have been.
Still text the father.
Yeah, we played it back earlier on the Dawn show, and I wanted to put it up there because obviously you spoke with her.
Yeah.
And it's just absolutely heart-wrenching and really shows the impact that these families face, and continually Larry Krasner just turns a blind eye to, getting justice for victims and such. It's disappointing.
And we'll play a little bit of it coming up. The question I have, though, is my indictment is this. Those of us that agree with the death penalty are not strong enough on this anymore. I know the polling indicates that, but we've allowed the other side to get the moral high ground. Guys like Josh Shapiro using his son. I saw him say his son differs with him, I think, or does he agree with him about not drafting Ace Bailey. For once, we agree on something. But the son is the one that turned him around. What a liar.
I can probably get the sound for you after the break as well.
Okay, yeah. The son turned him around, though, if you remember, Dan. That's what he said. How could I look my son in the face and be for the death penalty? Why do we let them take them? We have the moral high ground. And the moral high ground is if you take a life, and I don't care who the life is. In this case, it was an exemplary dad. I don't care if it's a cop either. We got to get off that. Oh, it's a cop. Now you get the death penalty. If you take the life of anybody, meeting the requirements of first-degree murder, you should be executed in the most public manner that we can, by whatever mechanism we're wanting to use at that point. But I would predict here and now, I'll be surprised if he gets life imprisonment. We'll play you a little bit of that call, and it's very hard to have Marissa on because you feel as if you're exploiting this. It's raw, it's real, even this much after the fact, and those kids were young when this happened. But again, I'm reluctant to make that case because, Joshy, that's not my case. My case is it doesn't matter. It's a beautiful family, young children. It could be anybody, and I don't care if they're Mother Teresa or a big mouth like me. It doesn't matter. If you the principle is if you take a human life, you get the death penalty. It's pretty simple. And that's the moral high ground. Not Josh Shapiro. I'll leave his son out, even though he put him in there. I am sick of the virtue signalers telling us we're the ones that are cruel. Miles Pfeiffer, in my view, should have been executed a long time ago. And his mother and potentially his father should have been charged with serious crimes. I don't know whatever happened on that. We'll play you a little bit of it coming up, though. 855-839-1210, you get in. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, for 33% off any single bottle. Use that code WELLNESS, 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving. RES-Q.com. Do it today.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The
from
Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get
I
it
don't.
all, don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com. Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
The extreme heat warning remains in effect through Wednesday. Record-breaking temperatures once again today. Plenty of sunshine, very humid with a high 99, but feeling more like 105. For tonight, mostly clear, very warm with a low near 80 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot and humid day on Wednesday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high 97.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time bad decision, bad idea. Socialism could win in New York. Got to admit, it'll be fascinating to see if that happens. Would I rather have a socialist or Cuomo win there? It might be the socialist. That's how bad it is. And he's anti-Semitic to boot, which, of course, you were waiting for that. Why does that idea continue to play well? Well, you have enough people in colleges, they dress it up, they call it something else. And I just saw today, Google, because of all this, says if we, whacked up the $160 trillion, they say, in assets we have after liabilities, every man, woman, and child in the United States would get $471,000. So why not do that? What would happen that would be so bad? All right, as I said, the Miles Pfeiffer case, the defense is saying he was in fear for his life. He didn't know what was going on. This guy was chasing him. Now, I'm not sure if they said the guy was African-American chasing him in that neighborhood. He was in a police uniform. But what else are they going to say in this case? How else can they well, they'll come up with he was traumatized, paranoid, schizophrenia, after he had carjacked people there threatening to kill him. And when it comes to punishment for this, I don't need to rely on the pain and suffering caused here. But I know that you have people that just can't bring themselves and say, oh, he's only a young man. Why would you put him away for life? Why wouldn't? I would execute him. Here is Marissa, the widow of Sergeant Fitzgerald, on my show a while ago when I asked her about how the family was doing.
You know, we are a tight family unit, and Christopher adored and loved his children so much, and each one of them had their own special relationship with them. And when you wake up every day and you don't wake up to your dad either playing with you or singing with you or joking around with you or just having the house be filled with just laughter, you know, it affects all of them in their own personal way. There are times where my youngest daughter cannot sleep. She has to sleep with me, and, you know, I don't like sleeping in my room. And so it's been hard. You know, my son, both of our sons are struggling. You know, they get upset often, or they go and scroll through their old messages that, you know, their dad used to send them, and listen to the voice messages. And they still text him to this day. I recently went through my son's phone, and he's constantly texting his dad, you know, I wish you were here. I wish you would come back, Dad. Or when we go and visit him at the cemetery, you know, he'll text him, you know, we're on our way, Dad. We're on our way to see you. And when you see something like that, I don't understand how nobody can get their heart broken and just feel like torn to pieces.
Yeah. Very difficult to hear that, and I think it's still raw. It's still that way. But again, the other side says, you know what the argument is of the liars like Josh Shapiro, who did not run and tell people in Pennsylvania he was against the death penalty. Josh, you didn't do that. You didn't run on that. You dodged it, and then, when advantageous, you went to a church and said that your son enlightened you. And the bottom line is, it's not about bringing someone back. It's about justice, and it's about a deterrent to the future. The other side said, yeah, because if you have the death penalty. Oh, you were playing Josh Shapiro, Dan?
No, I just accidentally put up the wrong audio. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I remember when he went to the church, and he had to emote and tell us all this stuff. And fraudulently, so I don't know, it seems to me we've lost on this. And part of the loss started when they started across the country, started in California. They came up with aggravating, mitigating circumstances. In other words, if you kill two people, if you kill a woman who's pregnant, if you kill someone who's the person of the year, oh, man, then you might get the death penalty. Mitigating. You didn't have a pony when you were a kid. It's not about that. It's about what the left, and today is the 3rd anniversary of the Dobbs decision. To me, it's always been about one thing. All this other stuff is immaterial. Now, if I were arguing in court, I would use it because I want the right thing to happen, which is the death penalty for this guy. But to me, deep down, and for you maybe, it's immaterial. It's a simple thing. You got to get back to, you take a human life, clearly meeting the standards of first-degree murder, and you get the death penalty. All the other stuff may be emotional with juries and all. It's not emotional with me. Although I have to admit, the manner in which this happened, and the tape shows it, that's what they're watching in court now. He shoots him, He has him down. Then he opens fire multiple times from close range. How in the world is there not intentionality? It not only has to be intentionality to know what you're doing at some kind of level. I don't care how disturbed you are, buddy. Think about what you've done. It doesn't matter. Well, Dom, it will not bring back if Miles Pfeiffer. Why don't you understand that? Because it's going to take thousands of Miles Pfeiffers to restore right and wrong here. And when you have the death penalty, we don't have to go through a process where we're wondering, will we actually get life imprisonment? Given Philadelphia juries, given Philadelphia judges, given Krasner, I don't think anybody could honestly say, Miles, well, Dom, his life will be over. He'll be in prison. It's worse. Stop kidding yourself with that. Why do people fight so hard for their life then? When life imprisonment, when the death penalty is on the table, often they say, okay, I'll accept life imprisonment. Look at Maureen Faulkner. You just heard that promo. You heard Greg and Nick Cale talking about Maureen and the blue uniform of Daniel Faulkner. That was what? Is it 44 years ago, I want to say, coming up, or the 45th coming up? I've seen it. It's still raw. It never goes away. It was taken from you. Mumia Abu-Jamal is lionized. What was it? Cornell paying him $250,000 for his paper in a museum there. He had his own radio show. How have we lost on this if the polling indicates that people support the death penalty? Because they don't. I've never witnessed a death penalty. I would pray I'd have the strength to witness it. I have interviewed what I believe to be the killer. I've interviewed a couple, Dan. It was in Trenton State Prison. I think is that Capano? I believe it is. I wasn't allowed to bring in anything to record. I was allowed a pencil and a piece of paper to take notes. And the guy, normal conversation, just going back and forth, happy to chat with me about all this. My mind is just, how in the world is this allowed? He obviously did it. Why am I sitting here having this pleasant conversation with him? I mean, I went through more than he did, Dan, how I had to be checked and strip. No, I don't think it was a strip search, but, Trenton State Prison. You don't want to go inside a place like that. So I've done it. I've seen it up close. How in the world have we got? It's a marker. It's a milestone.
Who were you talking to in the prison?
I think it was Capano.
Okay.
Who killed Mary Ann Fahey, was it? No, that was in Delaware. Would he have been in Trenton State?
Fahey.
But remember, this guy had the wife killed by two guys.
It wasn't the rabbi, was it?
No, I would have remembered. He had the wife killed by two guys at a turnoff, either Farley or somewhere else, the other one, off the Garden State Parkway or off the Atlantic City Expressway. It was a pretty famous case. And the reason I did it, he was wealthy. I was trying to make the point, I don't care how much money you make. Poor, wealthy, doesn't matter to me. No, it was not Capano. That was Delaware. It was Trenton State Prison, though. I think he's still alive. You don't remember that case?
We can do like a local Mindhunter series, getting into the mind of Robert Marshall?
No. Is that the wife was killed by people he paid to kill them, hitmen, off of the expressway headed to the shore, as I remember it. I know it was Trenton State Prison. I'll look it up. I wrote about it. If you write Giordano, Trenton State Prison, murder, it might come up.
Trenton State Prison, murder. Let's see if that comes up.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us. Side question today. 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with Stacey Garrity, the treasurer of Pennsylvania. A lot of military experience, particularly in the desert. She has a lot to say about Shapiro. She might run for governor. She's the odds-on favorite, certainly the one I support on the Republican side. All that next on Talk Radio 1210.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in. So Dan tracked it down, I believe. This guy, Robert Marshall, Robert O. Marshall, dies in prison. So he did die. Was 75 when he ultimately died, convicted. Pulling off, I didn't think he was with his wife, pulling off saying he got hit over the head and two guys murdered his wife at a rest stop off the, I believe off the park. Yeah, killed at a Garden State Parkway rest stop September 7th, 1984. The day of the murder, he was returning home from Atlantic City. He claimed a problem with the car's rear tire, had seen him pull off at Oyster Creek picnic area. There he told police, struck in the head by an unknown assailant. When he regained consciousness, he said he found his wife was dead, killed by 2 shots to the back.
Also said he had $15,000 worth of casino winnings that were stolen.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what he was concerned about.
Yeah, Dan. So sitting across from this guy, at Trenton State, it was just business as usual. He was, innocent. Blind faith, I think, was what the book was that got me.
And there was a TV miniseries that was based on it as well.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. And he only avoided the death penalty because John Corzine is the one that signed it banning the death penalty. Stacey Garrity, you may ask her about this. If Josh Shapiro in the next, does Josh want to ban the death penalty? He doesn't seem to want to go that far in a place like Pennsylvania, but effectively it's banned. If he wins, you're not going to see any death penalty. And if this case doesn't cry out for the death penalty, what case does? There would be none. This is as blatant as it gets. All right, Chef Dave in Oakland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, thanks for the wait. What do you have today?
Oh, I'm gonna change my answer. I have to go with the Treaty of Versailles.
Okay.
Because of the stiff punishment it put on Germany, and then they didn't. It led to a lot of discontent because the Germans thought they didn't really lose the war. And it led to the 1932 elections. And got elected in Germany in 1932.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Treaty of Versailles was very, very tough on Germany post-World War I. And then the mistake of allowing Hitler to march into the Rhineland and all that. Anything involved with Hitler, the mistakes that were made are often the subject for this. A lot of media still today, New York City voting for the mayor, and with Cuomo in there, it's bad enough, but socialism is what got this guy is a member of the National Socialist Group. He would be, even Bernie doesn't say he's that per se. He says he's a Democrat. Sometimes he wanders into it. But this guy would be, does New York deserve it? Given our antagonism toward New York, I kind of think it does. And I think Henry's pretty rabid when it comes to New York and New York fans, particularly their basketball fans are some of the worst fans on the face of the earth.
I got to tell you, I was at Citizens Bank Park this weekend for the Mets series.
Oh, and when you hear the number of them that are there, when they hit all those home runs on Saturday night, the cheering was
that's when I was there. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Yeah, bad game to be at.
Yeah, exactly. Obnoxious.
Man. It's obnoxious. And then all you can do is just boo back, try and drown them out.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up, Stacey Garrity, treasurer, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the leading candidate pretty much on the Republican side to be the nominee to take on Josh Shapiro. We'll talk with her about a lot of things she's doing. And Dom's Money Melody, all next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I want to tell you about the Chapman difference. Core values centered around quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and a team that empowers you rather than sells you. It's the reason why they have more than 200 Google reviews with 4.9-star rating. It's a pleasure to work with the Chapman team, who understand that listening to your unique needs is paramount in achieving the look and personality of your project. And Chapman, they're going to work with you to select all the colors, textures, styles that fit your budget. Chapman has financing options available to help make your exterior remodeling project a reality. You can call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Go ahead, dream a little, and do what I did. Reach out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay, They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Mm-hmm. Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. We'll have Dom's Money Melody for a big prize. Is it? Yes, it is the $50 Metro Diner gift certificate again today. But first, I've had the opportunity to do a podcast with current treasurer Stacey Garrity, and I got to say, the more time you spend and the longer interviews, you get a real sense of what she's brought to this office and why, arguably, she's the most popular person in office across Pennsylvania and almost anywhere. She joins us again here on the Dom Show, Treasurer Stacey Garrity. Treasurer, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Happy to be with you.
Well, I wanted to start off by talking a little bit about what we did, the issue of school choice, which, as we both know, is in the big, beautiful bill. We've talked to McCormick about it, Senator McCormick, who co-sponsored it. You and I talked and wanted to give you a chance how important it is, particularly Pennsylvania is still a very rural state, and how there's not as much choice as we might have in some of the, heavily populated areas.
No, absolutely. That's true. And so, we all know that education isn't a one-size-fits-all. Over 70% of Pennsylvanians favor some type of school choice. And, the bottom line is if you do what's right for parents and kids, you're not going to go wrong. But I'll give you an example from across the Commonwealth. I'm going to focus on one from my home county of Bradford County, which is one of the more rural counties in the Commonwealth. But there's a gal, Marisa Weiss. She was a senior at Achievement House Cyber Charter School. Well, she is now. But she was biracial, and so she was getting bullied in school. So she went to her guidance counselor and asked about switching to the high school's online program, but the guidance counselor refused to do it. So she and her family made the decision to switch to an online cyber charter school, Now, Marissa is a senior. She's thriving. Her grades are improving every single quarter, and she works as a global studies intern. And so, you know what? Here's the deal in Pennsylvania. Our public school revenue per student increased to $23,061 in the 23-24 school year, up 44% since 2014-15. So our spending ranked 7th highest in the nation. And yet our kids, are not proficient in reading or math. And so, it's just not a good return on investment.
Treasurer, our friend Beth Ann Rossick, who does great work on this front, writing at Broad and Liberty just the other day, said now we're into something that I'm going back and forth with how draconian it will be. Only about 1/3 of students, 4th grade level, are proficient in reading and math. So they're talking about retention at the 3rd grade level. And that is a very difficult thing. How are we not catching this problem before then? So I didn't want to, get into that with you, but just to back up how severe of a problem this is with the public schools.
Well, it is. So there are 380 underperforming public schools in Pennsylvania. So that's 15% of our school districts. And you know what? It's not just, the Philadelphia areas. It's in my county. And so these kids can't afford to wait around for the public school system to fix itself. Parents need to be able to take control of their kids' education and give them a real shot at the future. And you know what? It could be their one and only shot.
Absolutely. One thing I did notice, because I follow you intensely, because of how well you've done, meeting you at Dr. Oz way back when, and also hopefully we're going to see you on the stage for governor, which we'll talk about in a moment, some of the recent developments. But on the things that really matter, the intensity that comes forward to you and your office, returning, as I understand it, military medals to the rightful recipients. How is it so many medals are misplaced and your office is involved with getting them back to people?
So you know what? We get abandoned safe deposit boxes. And so most of these military decorations find their way to us through the safe deposit boxes. And because I am an Army veteran, getting these back to the veterans that earn them or their families is really near and dear to my heart. And so far, since I took office, we've returned over 500, including 12 Purple Hearts, 3 Bronze Stars, and the first ever Gold Star Mothers and Widowers Pilgrimage Medal. And, when you think about it, every medal is a piece of somebody's story, and it's a symbol of the sacrifice they and their families made for all of us. So, we're gonna keep looking to return all these military decorations. We still have 485.
Yeah, it is stunning to see that, and as a point of emphasis. And then it segues into, here we have someone with high military experience on the front line, so to speak. Listeners know about you and that story of you in the military. I believe his rank is colonel, right?
That's correct.
So we're seeing in Jersey, and rightfully so, with Mikey Sherrill running for governor, that played up by the media. If you decide to do that, or even if you don't in this role, we should, particularly your experience is central to, it's always going to be central. The Middle East, I think, it's always going to be problematic. President Trump, I think, is making it less so by his actions. Do you see that? I've seen what Josh Shapiro has said, which is the usual, almost nothing around this whole thing about what's going on in Iran. You, with that experience, what are you going through now, seeing this play out in the Middle East?
Well, I'm actually very pleased with the president's actions because he's absolutely right. They absolutely cannot be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. And, every president has said, oh, this is a red line, this is a red line. President Trump actually took action. And I'm very familiar with those bunker busters because in my private sector world, we were involved in making some of the components. And so it was really funny because a friend of mine called a few days before and they were like, what do you think should happen? And I said, bunker busters. And and so that's what he did. And I'm very proud of the president and his team. And I'm so impressed, Dom, with the operational security that they were able to keep that quiet. So I think it's great. It's targeted, and it was absolutely not an act of war. It was just to take apart those facilities. And they did it with extreme precision.
And the bunker busters, thank God. And you're saying that was partially here in Pennsylvania because the world allowed them, as a test of wills, to build the nuclear facility 300 feet below ground. Thank God that these were operational for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're really blessed to have the absolute best military in the world. And, I'm a firm believer in peace through strength, as is the president. And can you imagine what would have happened if we would have had Kamala Harris in office? Nothing would have happened, actually.
Yeah, it would have been the red line, and then they've already crossed it. As I said, the world, and meaning the presidents, had allowed them to do this, holding up a finger to us, so to speak, saying, hey, we're 300 feet below the ground. You will not do, and the Israelis didn't have the capability. You're not going to do anything about it.
No, absolutely not. And the world is a safer place because of the actions of President Trump.
Now, since we last talked, there's been more reporting. Even the Philadelphia Inquirer here, I think, was pretty fair to you, talking about the number of Republicans that are very supportive of seeing you take the next step. What is Stacey Garrity weighing at this point? Give us an idea of your thought process about potentially running for governor.
Well, you know what? I don't have any announcements to make today, as you can imagine, but you can expect something very, very soon. But no matter what, it is so important that our party chooses a candidate who is in the best position to beat Josh Shapiro. Because you're right, he doesn't really take a position on anything. I mean, going back to when we talked about school choice, he was for it, then he was against it, and now he's neutral. So he hasn't held, one position, two positions, but three positions. And so we really need a candidate who is going to stand up to him on oil and gas because, that's what we need to plug our structural deficit. We need to call him out for banning rural Pennsylvania. 48 out of 67 of our counties are indeed rural. And we need somebody that has a profile to beat him on Election Day. And so whatever I do, I will continue to stand up for what is right in our government, regardless of my role.
You may have seen this, but Delaware Valley Journal that reports on stuff like this here locally, Pennsylvania collected $164 million in revenues from natural gas in 2024, and that is with a non-champion, I would say, of natural gas, someone like you who champions it. Imagine what that industry does and can do even better for Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. Energy security is national security. Pennsylvania is the second largest, well producing of gas, and that's because we're so blessed with the Marcellus Shale. Can you imagine if we unleashed the liquid gold we have under our feet? It would create, tens of thousands of more jobs. And right now, Dom, we have 88 data centers. Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. And so, we could just be doing so much more in that space. And you know what? It would give us some financial breathing room, which we desperately need.
Without a doubt. Now, your office, you have real good staff. Send us information. What is the Money Match program? I think you had a news conference on this today.
We did have a news conference. I am so excited about Money Match. So Money Match, for the first time ever, allows Treasury to proactively return unclaimed property, of which we're sitting on $5 billion, yes, billion with a B, and this is money that does not belong to the state. It belongs to hardworking Pennsylvanians that earned it. So last week, we sent out close to 40,000 checks totaling $9.2 million. And in fact, listeners in your area, so if you look at Philadelphia, Delaware, Chester, Montgo, and Bucks, they received $3.4 million worth of checks. So 14,019 checks. So this is great because, a few $100s goes a long way to help people that might be struggling to buy, put food on their table or fill up their gas tanks or, pay for rent or their mortgage. So we're very excited about it. It passed unanimously last year, kicked in January, and it actually eliminated red tape from government. And, how unusual is that?
Absolutely. And again, what would you say as treasurer, the insight you've gotten? I mean, you're a finance person, military experience. If you did run for governor in a campaign, what would that do to inform your vision for Pennsylvania? What have you maybe learned during this period of time? Despite all that experience, I'm sure when you get into the chair, you probably have learned, oh, my goodness, the waste, fraud, and abuse is a lot worse than even I thought.
Well, yes. So I would say, our agency has a long-term strategic plan. So we've already undergone 445 initiatives to modernize Treasury and make it more efficient because, people in Pennsylvania expect the government to invest their money wisely, to treat every dollar like it's their own, and to be as efficient as the private sector. And I agree with that as a taxpayer. I 100% agree with that. So I think we have a lot of agencies in the Commonwealth that need to modernize, that need to be efficient. And I have shown that you can do a lot more without spending more.
Absolutely. For all things Stacey Garrity, or at least the Treasury part of this, where do we go?
So we go to patreasury.gov. If you want to go to the official site, patreasury.gov.
Is there an unofficial site, Stacey?
There is.
Yes.
Garrity 4PA is the other side.
Garrity 4PA. All right, that's the side we're going to zone in on here. Well,
all right.
When the announcement comes, we do hope we're in the order of talking with you at that point, whatever it is. But I am just thrilled to have a champion there at Treasury and do hope this is a decision will go the way of running for governor. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Dom. I really appreciate it. I appreciate your support. And anything you or any of your listeners need, just reach out.
All right, we will do so. Thank you, Stacey, very much.
Thanks, Dom.
Stacey Garrity. All right, the school choice issue. I told you in the big, beautiful bill, there's $5 billion. McCormick wanted a lot more. It ought to be $25 billion. Beth Ann Rossica does a great job. Broad and Liberty talking about, look, it's extreme. I don't even know if I'm on board with this, holding back third graders. That's pretty extreme. It messes up things. But what do you do when only 1/3 of the kids in fourth grade, where the test was, are proficient in, I think it was both reading and math, but at least math? How did we get to this point and continue at this point? And she just laid out all the spending. School choice is one of the answers. With the public schools, that's more difficult. You know what you're up against. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? That is right. Today, we're playing for a $50 Metro gift certificate. Visit metrodiner.com to place your order today. Henry?
Yeah, Dom. So I've got a bit of a doozy today, so try and follow with me here. So today, for the side question, we're asking for that all-time bad idea. A bad idea would be to make a pop song about blurring the lines of sexual consent between you and another partner.
Hello, yes.
That would be the basis of the Robin Thicke song "Blurred Lines."
Oh my God!
Which featured someone we were which music video featured someone we were talking about on the show today, Emily Ratajkowski. Another bad idea is performing that song at the 2013 VMA Awards when Miley Cyrus cut her hair infamously. Gave that performance on stage. That's another bad idea. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to play a cover of that song, Blurred Lines, sung by, you guessed it, the Smurfs. I want to know which language
oh my
the
God, this is worse than Dan.
are singing Blurred Lines in. And I got to say, this language, this country is spoken or sung about.
Relevant.
The country is relevant in today's news. So I'm going to play this song. I want to know the language it's being sung in.
Oh, I already hate it. Hey! 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 Sounds like curse words, Henry.
They do. That's just kind of the language, though, isn't it?
It's true.
Well,
it's true.
All right. All right, you're going to have to work for this today. $50
Oh, yeah.
gift card at the Metro Diner. What language? Any other clues?
Let's see here. So this country, they had an idea, a bad idea,
Right.
back in the 60s to make a utopic city. Would you believe it failed due to rampant crime and drug use?
Socialism?
Okay.
And socialism, just a tad, yeah.
All right, throw that in. That's going to be New York's fate here. All right, hit us with that. You got a $50 Metro Diner card at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Well, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts? From
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most departments.
Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get
I
it
don't.
all, don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Transform your home this summer at Bucks County Estate Traders 4th of July sale. June 30th through July 7th, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. No matter your style, you'll find high-quality furniture that makes a statement. Browse over 16,000 unique pieces from vintage classics to modern showstoppers. Use code USA25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield. Now open extended hours and Sundays. Act fast. These deals won't last.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, We'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. All right, a long and winding trail, to coin a phrase, with Henry here in today's. Who is this? What language?
What language are the
Is it,
Smurfs singing?
the Smurfs singing this song in.
Didn't know they were bilingual. After Swish generation. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
All right, let's go to Jeff in Westville, New Jersey. All right, Jeff, out of all the languages in the world, what do you say?
Is it Farsi?
Good
guess,
try.
though. It's a good guess.
That's a good guess. Close, pretty hot. What was the clue about country?
The country is in the news today.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
They are
All
hosting
right.
something.
And they tried doing a utopia and failed on their face.
Yes.
Fell on their face. Yes.
Tony in Montco. All right, Tone, what's yours?
I believe it's Hebrew.
No.
Let me say this too. There is no war. There is no fighting going on in this country right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony in Chesterfield. Anthony, what's the country?
Is it Danish? Denmark.
You're so close.
You're so close.
You're so
All
close.
right, let's further clue because I want to get a winner here.
Yeah, you want to get one?
Say yes.
Can I throw it out there?
Yeah,
Sure.
go
A version of the language spoken often here in the state of Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Yes, that's where I thought we were going. Okay. Got that, Richard? Got that last part here. Richard, so it's spoken in Pennsylvania. Keep that in mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of those folks there for a long time. I'm going to say the Dutch.
All right.
Beautiful.
It does sound very Dutch, so it's in the news because of NATO.
Yes, correct.
All right, Richard.
Emily
nice play.
Ratajkowski, the whole thing.
Yes.
Just had to tie it in somehow.
The Hague, yeah.
The Hague,
Sure.
sure.
Yeah. Trump's not going to be on trial for crimes there. He's cutting the NATO budget, though. That's where that comes from. All right. Dan, is there room in this town for more than one Dom? How do I match this guy? There haven't been too many Doms
There can't be
because
two.
Big Dom has now struck a deal with Italian flag socks with Pete Davidson.
Oh.
Hey.
What the heck does Pete Davidson?
So, is there an ad for this?
An app?
No, like an ad, like an advertisement.
Let's see. For the brand Double Souls, Pete Davidson serves as director. Big Dom, the
Yeah, I'm looking to see if we can pull the video or
chief,
something.
After the sideline, President Trump, even getting a shout out from President Trump.
Yep.
Big Dom is a staple in today's sports culture, Davidson told People. It's an honor to be able to do this collaboration with him and be his friend. The socks are limited edition, several styles, including a large Italian flag stripe. You know where I'm going with this, right, Dan?
Yeah. I like him.
Well, but I got to get him on record. Since he's such a star, could we get him on? What does he say about the question of the day? Gravy or sauce?
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
There you
where he's
go.
going
Yeah.
with that one.
The guy with cannolis in his
I think
office.
that's pretty predictable, Dom.
I think he's saying gravy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any record of big? Well,
But he's wrong. I mean, clearly. He's been
Whoa!
outvoted.
Wait a minute.
You can
here.
tell him that.
So sometimes known
I
as
tell
big.
Big Dom to his face that he's wrong. Sure.
Well, I think it's worth it. Maybe he wants to plug the socks. He once wore Davidson once wore a Big Dom Godfather T-shirt on the Tonight Show. I didn't know there was such a thing.
He had what?
A Big Dom Godfather T-shirt on the
okay.
Tonight Show.
I didn't know that either.
Is this guy the most overrated or up there?
If I seem distracted, it's because I'm putting up the picture.
Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. We're going to have a picture of those socks up there in a second.
Yeah, Pete Davidson, the captain of the overrated team.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. How is this guy dating a Kardashian, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Didn't he date Radikowski too?
Oh,
Or did I make that up?
yes.
I don't know.
It's probably in
Decide
New
all
York
together.
right now out there with the socialists. And I've seen a couple of polls out today. They have the socialist ahead. So are New Yorkers really going to put a socialist in that they hate Cuomo that much? God.
Pete Davidson, Emily Ratajkowski briefly linked romantically late 2022, Dom.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I was on with that. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So, yes, and she's hot girls for the socialism. Hot girls for socialism today.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to see those socks.
Yeah, and Stephen Colbert, brilliant interview. Well, you surely think that Israel has a right to exist. Did he say yes? No, he meandered around for like 2 minutes. Colbert, that's good enough for me.
$13 for a pair of socks.
But maybe he'd go for the "it's gravy, Big Dom says so" sock. Maybe we can partner with him, Dan. There's got to be a way that gravy gets back on top here. We haven't given up yet. All right, congratulations to Big Dom. Who knew he's friends with Pete Davidson? Will he be on the sidelines? Let's go to Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Good show today. I'm thankful you took my call. I'm not exactly sure if you're listening to Tucker Carlson and his podcast or not, but I do.
Okay.
And he's a very deep thinker, not that you're not. And he has a lot to say about his reasoning behind what's going on in Iran and in the Middle East and Ukraine. And I happen to believe a lot of what he says, not 100%. And I will say, with respect to Iran, we, you, I, all of us Americans were lied to about Saddam Hussein and weapons of mass destruction. And who's to say that whatever information we're getting about Iran is true or not? Because we've been lied to at least almost my entire adult life.
Okay,
Sure.
and I would say on that, Van Jones, two things. One on that, then I'll come back to Tucker. Van Jones made the great comment the other day. Van Jones now, the world knows they've been enriching uranium. They admit to it. They're not supposed to do that. It approaches weapon grade. In other words, we know they're doing that. It's just a question of how quickly would they be able to have a full-fledged bomb. Gary, we know they're violative. What more do we need to know?
And we don't need to know it. And I'm in 100% agreement with Van Jones. If what he says is actually correct, God bless us and everything that we've done in Iran. And hopefully the Iranian people suffer so much that they rise up and get rid of the people that are doing it to them.
As far as Tucker, go back. Everybody can have a bad moment, but my goodness, go back to when Tucker was in the Moscow supermarket. If that's not the Potemkin village, I don't know what's a Potemkin village, Gary. I mean, we're supposed to believe in Russia.
Can I give you a context?
Go ahead.
The context is, why are we spending $1 trillion? I understand what we do. I'm not understanding where all the $1 trillion goes, but we spend $1 trillion to go do what we do all over the world for our military, but yet we can't figure out how to get the trash off of Philadelphia, or the homelessness off of Philadelphia, or the fentanyl out of Philadelphia. Can we just clean it up here a little?
Okay, I'll answer that, because spending money for the military is an easier thing to do. Getting filth out of Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker's doing a good job, but you have people that are filthy, that are going to litter. Are we going to prosecute them? It's a harder problem.
I don't think it's a harder problem at all, honestly.
You know what?
I don't.
But in your honor, Gary, I put that up on Twitter, and I may talk about that more tomorrow. It's sometimes in talk radio, people say stuff like that. These things are harder because it's not a question of more resources. It's a question of will to stop people from doing what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it kind of isn't the answer to the side question, but I think I've said this before. You and I've talked about it before. One of the things that, this whole socialism thing going in New York, the more, it's not a bad decision, it's a bad policy, and it's not my answer today, but we've talked about it. The more we pay people to stay home and not get engaged and not work, the worse our country's going to get.
Well, we're in agreement. Gary, your answer on the side.
I'm so wound up, I don't even remember what my answer was, honestly.
You had a good one, all-time worst decision, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't.
I'm sorry, I had a Joe Biden moment. I'm going to take the stage with Donald Trump and go and do the debate.
Yes, that's a good one. Or was it a setup? Was it a great decision by the people that wanted him to fail? Gary's point, I don't want to get in the weeds. You hear this, and Carlson would do it. Well, why are we spending this, but we can't do that? Is it a question of spending more money to stop people from littering and doing what they do in Philadelphia? No. It's a cultural thing that people have grown up with here doing this. And the only solution is not more money, resources are doing that. They're doing a pretty good job with it, I think. It's, are you going to go after people for doing that? How far do we want to go for punishing them for littering? Isn't that the answer? With fentanyl, that's even more complicated. It's the user, too. So these things we're not giving attention or resources to. They're harder human problems than coming up. I would say it's easier to come up with the resources for bunker busters than it is to clean up Philadelphia. 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, let's talk about a place where things are in order, a spectacular place, and that is Sicily. Bro and I, and hopefully you are going, and a lot of talk radio listeners are, and other people that listen to talk radio in other spots join. And there's nothing like it traveling in a group in that manner. I told you Leslie was telling us at Mulligan's how she just had dinner with people she became friends with from the last tour. I was just having a conversation out here today about a big fireplace guy that remembers it fondly. It's a bond. It's able to let your hair down and talk. No fireplaces.
No, well, you said he's a big fireplace guy.
Yeah, well,
when I think of a big fireplace guy, I think of Santa Claus.
Oh, okay, deluxe fireplaces. And it's all with our friends at Conservative Tours. Our guide, Lorenzo, and a bunch of the others all hail from Calabria. Calabria, very underrated. Sicily and Calabria together, that's spectacular. Bustling, colorful markets of Palermo. The awesome architecture throughout Sicily because of all the people that came through there, the Arabs, the Normans, the Germans, the Valley of the Temples. Dining events that will amaze because these are the experts. They know the local culture. They know where you want to go to really soak it all in. All this, $55.44, including airfare. Just call Conservative Tours at 888-733-9493. The Godfather Tour, all three films, Mount Etna, my favorite, Taormina, the best-known unknown destinations in Italy, and Calabria. I'll put you on the cliffs of Taormina. You will enjoy the listeners' row, the whole experience. Just call them now. Get all the information, conservativetours.com or 888-733-9493.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Philadelphia police getting a new wardrobe.
Oh, that should boost morale.
I like the light blue shirts.
So do I.
You know what always pops into my head with those light blue shirts?
The Blessed
70s?
Mother?
No.
The Phillies from the 70s?
Daniel Faulkner. That picture that Maureen always had of Daniel Faulkner in his uniform.
The dark blue is a traditional look for most apartments.
Is this a commentary to say we're going to get away from the Rizzo era? You know,
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
President Trump says Israel and Iran both violated their ceasefire and that Israel will stop its attacks. Today is forecasted to bring record-setting temperatures in Philly with feels like temps going over 100 degrees. And the city will help pay for certifications for teachers at trade schools.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Still reeling from Big Dom and the Smurfs today. We'll have another Metro Diner gift card tomorrow. Today's the 53rd anniversary of Title IX. So that makes it, 1972. Riley Gaines posting a lot about that today. And just think, 1972, they come up with Title IX, finally recognizing women's sports, all the things associated. And 2 things pop out. All the nonsense with those that are still fighting this battle of men in women's sports and the WNBA. So there's a petition to kick out of the WNBA this tallish blonde woman that plays in the same team as Caitlin Clark because she has deemed herself kind of the enforcer, as most stars do, most teams. That's exactly, if I were coaching, what they'd be put up to. You're going to take shots at Clark. You're going to continue to do nonsense. So she fouled a woman that had nothing to do with the play. All right, maybe you can be more subtle. But now we have a petition to get her out of the WNBA. Again, they have a golden opportunity to get the attention of people with Caitlin Clark there. It's a draw still. And yet, for their own products, they are a mess. And I just don't understand how we've come 53 years with the originators of this think that women's sports are in a better place. There have been abuses of Title IX, trying to come up with phony parity versus men. We've seen it with the U.S. soccer team at times, some of the stuff that's going on. But by and large, this was revolutionary for the good. It opened up sports to women, and all the things that men have gained from sports are now open. 53 years. All right, let's go to Bill in Bucks. And Bill's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Bill.
Hello there, Dom. I'm sorry I couldn't come down there on last Friday. We had some weather problems up here, and
I understand. Well, there'll be more coming up with Mulligans.
Right, I will come down.
Wait, no excuses, Bill. We got a guy, Chef Dave.
Well, that's true.
He had a down power line.
Get people's power back on. You know?
He almost electrocuted himself.
Yeah, well, he took a chainsaw to his own tree that was touching an active power line to cut it out so he could get down to Dom Day. And what are you doing, Bill?
Yeah.
Using that as an excuse? Come on, sir.
I'm an independent contractor for PICO.
Well, that would do it.
And Med-Ed and PP&L.
You know what? I go 180 then, and I thank you for pulling us out of what we just saw this past week, and I'm sure you still got a ton of work going forward with the heat that we're seeing now, sir. So thank you.
Yeah. So no, I don't do the work. I just do the inspections. I don't do the work. I just look at stuff and say yes, no, fix it, whatever I say. That's it. Anyway, I'm sorry I missed Fred Harron down there. And Chief Malloy, and, got a good group down there. Scott Presler, who I met back at the Board of Elections last fall when we were in turmoil out there with, Harvey and Diane Ellis, Marseglia, and that group. So, but I will be in Wildwood one of these days.
Okay. What do you have on the side today, Bill?
Looking forward to it.
Well, I got an invention that was supposed to revolutionize the personal transportation industry, basically by Dean Kamen back in, I think it was 1999 or 2004, wherever. It was called the Segway.
Yes, that's a good one. Dan, I was doing overnights then, and I saw this with Drudge. Oh, my God, it's coming. I think 5 o'clock that morning, they unveiled it. The Segway. They have them in downtown Philadelphia in a parking garage stored.
Yeah.
I don't see people going around Philadelphia on the Segways very much anymore.
Did you do one of those tours?
No.
Never?
No, I mean, they look...
Strap on one of those corny helmets?
Yeah, they look kind of unwieldy.
It was fantastic. We had a lot of fun doing it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so we got
Friend fell off of one. It was great.
We got the lightning round coming up next. We saw President Trump there at NATO, and we've talked today with the Treasury Secretary about running for governor. The president gave, well, I guess you would call it a half endorsement to Dan Muser, the congressman. I think, though, most of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania see Garrity as a stronger candidate. And I don't see Josh Shapiro, not just because of personal antagonism. I don't see him as overwhelming. He would be the favorite to win. But I think there are several areas. The trans issue is one to take him on because he's got to play the national game. Now, over in Jersey, Jack Cettarelli might have it a little bit harder because I don't think she has to play the national game quite as much. But even there, she's playing the moderate game, Mikey Sherrill. And the issue I think that can easily take her away from that is, what is a woman? I think she would be flummoxed. I don't think they have, even the most skilled would have trouble with that. We've seen it. Woman's Ketanji Brown, Supreme Court. I'm not going to answer that question. And she's prepped. You have to be to get through that process. Why is that so hard? You know why it's hard. Because anything they say on that is going to offend their base if they meander even a little bit away. Can Cheryl do that? Well, what she'll try to do early on is saying, we have real problems. Why are you asking me dumb questions like that? Words along those lines. Let's talk about affordability, etc. No. Let's talk about this. It gets at the heart of who these Democrats are. They are radical. Even if they can put on a face, Madeline Dean, when we played that today, that seems to be more moderate. They're trying to moderate their tone, but not the policies. They can't, particularly in a place like Jersey. They can't run away from that. All right, lightning round now at 855-839-1210.
Walter Sterling.
President, vice president, whatever it is. All they have to do in one of their planks of their platform is say, and I will do whatever I have to do in my power to get the tolls taken down. They will win.
Sterling. Every Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth-checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Today's the day that a socialist may be elected mayor of New York City, and it's also the day that Napoleon decided to invade Russia. By the way, I'm looking at the Inquirer coverage of the Miles Pfeiffer trial, the shooter of Officer Sergeant Fitzgerald. And the Inquirer says, in pretty fair coverage, the harrowing video, point-blank range, firing multiple times at the head of the officer, was shown today. Several people in the packed courtroom gallery cried as it was played. Others left the room before it was put on the screen to avoid having to watch it. I think it ought to be mandatory that we watch it and then ask ourselves, and Josh Shapiro and others, why would this not be worthy of the death penalty? Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My bad idea is that of constantly electing to the presidency persons who have spent their entire life in politics rather than electing persons such as Donald Trump and Stephen Moore, persons who are well-versed and steeped in economics and know how to shepherd capitalism on a national and global scale.
Thank you, Joe. Good one. I want to go to Joe of Columbus, though. I think this is eye-opening, and I seem to remember this. Joe, what's yours today?
Dom, like I've said numerous times, we come from the same generation. This goes back to the HO cars and the chemistry sets, and it just jogged my memory about a week ago on the Discovery Channel, where you could have purchased a kit on a chemistry level type setting, where you could build your own scale atomic bomb mushroom cloud reaction. The problem was the kit came with a small cube of uranium.
Oh my God!
And it was detectable, very detectable on a Geiger counter. And I just don't know how that got through the system, through the Better Business, FDA, anything.
Well, Joe, we were playing with lawn darts then too.
Yeah, but you knew how to get out of the way of those.
Uranium, that's a good one. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
Well, I don't have time to talk about how to stay cool in this hot weather. So I got this one out of the archives. Marie Curie discovered radium, and that it was radioactive, and that radioactive is a form of energy. So starting around 1918 in East Orange, New Jersey, they started selling a patent medicine, which was distilled water and radium, called Radithor. It was called a cure for the living dead and perpetual sunshine. It was a drink, an energy drink that people would take. The industrialist Eben Bayer drank 1,400 bottles between 1927 and 1930. And people said he was the picture of health until his jaw fell off.
Oh, thank you, Earl. That's pretty good from your archives, the Earl Ives. All right, Dan, what did you like today? There were several really
Joe
good.
Joe Columbus with the chemistry set was really good.
Yes.
I liked the Dylan Mulvaney call. Did kick off a lot, even though I feel like it's kind of redundant at this point. And Pat, opening a glass bottle cap with your teeth.
Yep, I like the Joe uranium, I have to say. But Henry, you may decide
I like
here,
Joe and uranium with uranium.
Yeah.
I like Earl with the Radithor there. And then another one I thought that was very good was Jesse and Drexel Hill, giving the Nobel Peace Prize to the guy who invented lobotomy.
I like the uranium. Like, how did that get through since it's in the news? All right, Joe of Columbus, will put you inside the big envelope as we head toward a winner this week. Thanks to everyone for listening today. Tomorrow, this trial, though, just reading what's going on in the first couple days. And here is something almost miraculous in the Trump administration. Stocks have risen, at least until this point today. Oil prices are falling amid the ceasefire. Think about that. Just the slightest mention of the Middle East, and oil prices usually zoom up. That is stunning stuff to see play out. All right, Richie always next. He's got you for 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. 3 big hours tomorrow, noon until 3. And congrats to Big Dom with the Italian socks. We'll see how that plays out. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about